LoveLore Library. Chapter 358. The moon-shattering sword chi was like a blue moon as it sliced open the python's abdomen. The python suffered a heavy blow and let out a miserable roar. It opened its bloody mouth and frantically devoured the surrounding spirit chi. An energy ball the size of a fist was formed and rapidly grew in size. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. One of the auras was abnormally strong. Just a trace of pressure made the python tremble. The python let out an uneasy roar. It decisively gave up on attacking Lin Xian and fled into the depths of the forest. The surrounding demonic beasts also dispersed, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Just as these demonic beasts fled, the figures behind arrived. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill and I'll leave your corpse intact. A sinister voice sounded, accompanied by a huge black cane that smashed down like a mountain. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly put away his two pets and dashed out in a hurry. Want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Elder Blackheart sneered. Under his control, the entire area was shrouded in black fog. The black fog rolled and formed a terrifying attack that pressed down on Lin Xian. That energy was like a solid cage that made it difficult for one to break free. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and decisively used the Wind Emperor sword. The green light flashed like a gale tearing through the sky. A small crack was cut open in the black fog. You're courting death. Elder Blackheart was furious. Lin Xian was able to cut open his black fog attack, which was beyond his expectations. The black-robed man at the back was also scared out of his wits. Even he could not break open the black fog just now, but Lin Xian cut it open with a single sword. This kid is really strange. Elder Blackheart flipped his palm and instantly patched up the gap. As a spirit transformation realm martial artist, it was easy for him to deal with Lin Xian. I only used 30% of my strength just now. In my black fog, you'll never be able to leave. Elder Blackheart sneered. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill and I'll consider letting you go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not believe Elder Blackheart's nonsense. Moreover, he would rather die than hand over the white dragon ascension pill. He swung his green sword again and hacked at the black fog on his left. This time, it was as if the sharp sword light had sunk into the sea, not producing the slightest effect. On the contrary, Elder Blackheart's every move made him feel immense pressure. Is this the power of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian felt powerless. He could still fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior, but he was as weak as a child when facing a spirit transformation realm warrior. Didn't you say that there were experts secretly protecting you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. You wouldn't have forgotten about me, right? He didn't dare to put his life in the hands of an unknown person, so he decided to make a move. Right now, the only thing that could break through the black fog was probably the Gale Lightning Sword. Stubborn. Elder Blackheart's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian had no intention of responding to him. If you don't want to talk, then I'll do it myself. The black fog rolled, and countless black chains flew out from it, flying toward Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was about to be pierced through, the black fog above him was suddenly torn apart, and a fiery red light flew in like the sun. A huge fireball fell from the sky, burning all the black fog in an instant. Who is it? Come out. Elder Blackheart stomped his feet in anger. At this critical moment, someone dared to interrupt his good deed. Little kid, hurry up and leave. A loud voice echoed in the sky. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a blurry fiery red figure in the clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. He knew that the mysterious expert that DK had mentioned had arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and quickly left the place. How dare you? Elder Blackheart's sleeves fluttered, and the black fog around him turned into countless ferocious ghosts, pouncing toward Lin Xian. In front of him, 100-meter-tall black giant appeared, its huge palm covering everything below. Humph! In the sky, the fiery red voice snorted coldly, and countless crimson long swords appeared, carrying scorching flames, cutting the thousands of ferocious ghosts in half. Lin Xian only felt the spiritual energy behind him go berserk, and the energy rolled like a tsunami. He was shocked. He could not resist this power at all, and could only control Xiao Jin with all his strength, increasing his speed to the maximum. In the following days, Elder Blackheart did not appear again. However, he was attacked by some demon beasts. Fortunately, the Crimson Black Demon had not appeared yet. During this period, Lin Xian was not only improving his cultivation, but also comprehending the sword intent. He had completely grasped the essence of the Wind Emperor sword, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to comprehend the concept of wind. This idea was approved by Wine Lord. Moreover, he had the Great Dragon Sword Seal, which was an offensive saint technique, and it was also helpful for comprehending the concept. In addition to the concept of wind, Lin Xian also wanted to comprehend the concept of thunder. He had been in contact with these two powers since the beginning, so he was very familiar with them. However, concepts were similar to sword intent. They were somewhat ethereal and illusory, and he had to rely on himself. Along the way, Lin Xian spent his time comprehending. Sometimes, he would also use some demon beasts to practice his sword. He specifically picked demon beasts with wind and thunder attributes to fight, such as the thunder tiger in front of him. It was 7 to 8 meters long, and its body was covered with blue thunder patterns. On its back, there was a pair of 3-meter-long thunder wings. As it trembled, countless small electric arcs streaked across the air. Lin Xian held the broken sword in his hand, and the blade was covered with silver thunder patterns. That power made the thunder tiger feel pressured. Roar! As the king of all beasts, the thunder tiger would not allow such a threat to exist. With a tiger pounce, the thunder tiger pounced towards Lin Xian with a sky full of thunder and lightning. In the air, it waved its huge claws, forming several blue electric arcs that contained the power of thunder and lightning. Lin Xian did not counterattack. Instead, he used the dragon counterstep and shuttled through the thunder and lightning. He wanted to feel the different thunder and lightning attacks to comprehend the concept of thunder. The thunder tiger was enraged. As an intelligent demon beast, it felt that Lin Xian was toying with it. With a low roar, the blue thunder patterns on its body released a dazzling light. The thunder and lightning gathered in the air, forming a terrifying thunder and lightning storm. The area within 100 meters was covered by a terrifying sea of thunder and lightning. The surrounding trees and earth were all destroyed by the thunder and lightning. Lin Xian withdrew from his comprehension. Even with the dragon counterstep, he could not dodge all of the thunder and lightning at such a density. He waved the broken sword in his hand, and silver lightning flew out. It was especially eye-catching in the blue sea of thunder. Crack! The two types of thunder and lightning clashed, forming a terrifying energy storm. The blue sea of thunder was cut open, and a vacuum appeared. The thunder tiger panicked. As an intelligent demon beast, it could feel the sharpness of that sword. It did not dare to stay any longer. It turned into blue lightning and fled. Thunder and lightning, one of the most violent powers. Lin Xian had a new comprehension. He sat on the ground and began to comprehend. 2 days later, Lin Xian got up and continued on his way. Chapter 359. Unlike the last time he left Tianshan country, there was no eerie Xianin River here. On the contrary, there was a city in front of him, and behind the city were countless mountains. As long as I passed through the mountains, I will reach Dragon Star Country. Lin Xian kept the map and walked towards the city. Recruiting. Recruiting. The moment he entered the city, there were shouts everywhere. Lin Xian was curious. He realized that there were merchant groups recruiting people. Is there a lack of martial artists here? Lin Xian was puzzled. Warrior, are you interested in being a guard? A 16 or 17-year-old youth pulled a burly man in front of him and asked with a smile. Our city guild needs experts like you the most. Brother, come to me. A young man with small eyes quickly said. Dragon Gate Guild, top 3 in the industry. We are strong and the price is high. Soon, the burly man was pulled away by the Dragon Gate Guild. Sigh, the Situ family is in trouble this time. They didn't even recruit a single martial artist. Yeah, without a powerful martial artist, there is no way to pass through the forest, let alone reach Dragon Star Country. Oh right, don't act alone for now. I heard that the Dofing Mountain Range is rampant with demonic beasts. It's better not to go in. I was wondering why these guilds were recruiting like crazy recently. It seems like there is a beast invasion. Lin Xian listened at the side and understood a little. Demonic beasts. Beast invasion. He frowned slightly. This was not good news for him. Why don't we join a guild? We can look out for each other. Lin Xian looked ahead. He walked over slowly and looked around curiously. However, when those people realized that they could not see through Lin Xian's cultivation, they lost interest. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian looked young and thin. Moreover, his cultivation was unknown. He didn't look like an expert at all. No one stepped forward. Instead, it was the other martial artists who were fought over. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He was wondering if he should show off some of his strength. At this moment, the weak young man walked over. Brother, are you interested in being a guard? Sure, what do guards do? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Ah. Joy appeared on the young man's face. He quickly said, this time, we're going to the Dragon Star Kingdom. We need bodyguards on the way to protect our safety. Brother, don't worry. We will definitely pay you well. As long as our goods are sold, we will definitely give you money. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like this Situ guild had no manpower and no money, so they were living a miserable life. That brat Situ Jing is really crazy. He actually started to randomly recruit people. That's right. Look at that person's body. He's so weak. I'm afraid a gust of wind could blow him away. I say, Situ Jing, why don't you sell your things to us? You can't go anyway. Yeah, since we're in the same trade, why don't you give us a 10% discount? The people from the other guilds began to mock and ridicule him, while the young man called Situ Jing's face turned red. Your name is Situ Jing? Lin Xian asked. No matter how he heard it, it sounded like a girl's name. Yes. Situ Jing nodded like a chick pecking rice. Alright, I promise you. Lin Xian smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. Aw. Really? Situ Jing suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with excitement. Brother, follow me. I'll bring you to see our guild. After saying that, he pulled Lin Xian and left. Damn, that brat's brain is damaged. He actually dared to agree. He's just trying to be brave. When he knows about the Situ family's predicament, he will definitely run away. Who cares? Such a person, even if he enters the Dofing Mountain Range, will only become food for the monsters. The group of people sneered and shook their heads with disdain. Lin Xian followed Situ Jing to a shop. Situ Jing excitedly ran in while Lin Xian looked around. The so-called guild was actually an organization that transported goods between two countries. Because it was a border city, the entire street was filled with guild organizations. However, the Situ family's shop was obviously much more dilapidated. "Brother Lin Xian, come in." Situ Jing anxiously pulled Lin Xian in. It was dim inside, and some of the furniture was old. At the table in front, there was a middle-aged man with a pale face who was constantly coughing. "Father, this is Lin Xian, Brother Lin." The middle-aged man raised his head and carefully looked at Lin Xian. Then, he revealed a disappointed expression. "Little brother, Jing is insensible. Sorry for the trouble." The middle-aged man panted. "Little brother, please go back." "Why? I can't be a guard?" Lin Xian asked. "To be honest, the Dafeng mountain range is very dangerous during this period. If it wasn't for the agreed date with the Longxing Kingdom, we wouldn't have risked our lives to go in. You really don't have to go in and throw your life away. Since it's dangerous, why not change the date?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "In our line of work, reputation is the most important thing. Once the date is set, it's impossible to change it. Besides, this is a high-risk business. It doesn't matter if we go sooner or later." The middle-aged man said with difficulty and coughed violently. "Boss, I was planning to go to the Longxing Kingdom. Why don't we go together?" Lin Xian decided to stay. "As for my strength," he smiled faintly, "it's not a problem to deal with an ordinary harmonious spirit realm warrior." After saying that, he released a trace of sword intent. The whole room was filled with a sharp aura. Feeling this aura, the middle-aged man and Situ Jing trembled slightly. "Great! There's hope for our Situ family." The middle-aged man was so excited that tears rolled down his cheeks. Situ Jing was also so excited that her face turned red. "How about this? I'll accompany you and see if you can recruit other warriors," Lin Xian said. Then, he and Situ Jing went out to the street again to recruit warriors. That brat is back. Like I said, he won't stay in the Situ family. Wait, why is Situ Jing following him?" The group was stunned for a moment before they sneered. "What an idiot." Lin Xian didn't care about these people. Instead, he carefully observed the passers-by. To be safe, he needed a helper. "Brat, are you recruiting warriors here?" A burly man came forward. "Sorry, we don't recruit trash." Lin Xian shook his head. The man was only at the 7th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. He was not strong enough. "Motherfucker, you're courting death. How dare you call me trash?" The burly man was furious. He raised his fist and was about to punch. Situ Jing was so scared that she hid behind Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. He won't be killed with one punch, right? Maybe. Who asked him to be so weak? Just as the fist was about to hit Lin Xian, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind the burly man and threw him away. Bang! The burly man was thrown a dozen meters away and fell to the ground. Are you guys okay?" A steady and strong voice sounded. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a 2-meter-tall young man standing in front of him with a silly smile on his face. I'm fine," Situ Jing said with lingering fear. Lin Xian smiled. "Thank you for your help." He looked at the burly young man in front of him. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the young man had great power. Even he felt a trace of danger. Someone who could make him feel this way was definitely not ordinary. Chapter 360. Seeing Lin Xian's question, the surrounding martial artists could no longer sit still. This muscular young man was obviously an expert. Coupled with his silly smile, they could definitely hire him at the lowest price. How could they give up such a good opportunity? Brother, don't go to them. They are poor and can't afford it. The small-eyed man laughed. Come to our Dragon Gate Guild. We are the third-ranked guild. Our price will definitely be a few times higher than others. There's also us, Tri-Talent Guild. There are many experts in our guild. It's definitely safe. The group of people were extremely enthusiastic. Lin Xian was sick and tired of listening to them. He wanted nothing more than to slap them away. Siti Jing looked on nervously. She couldn't compete with the others. However, the honest-looking young man ignored them. He smiled and asked Lin Xian, I can be a guard, but can I eat my fill? Lin Xian looked at Situ Jing with a questioning gaze. Yes, definitely. Don't worry, you can eat your fill, Situ Jing quickly said. Alright, I'll sign up, the muscular young man said in a silly voice. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Our food is even better. We have all kinds of delicacies. You should consider it. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the muscular young man followed Lin Xian and Situ Jing away. Fuck, another idiot. Sigh, what a pity. Such a good bodyguard. The group of people sighed. The Situ clan is really lucky. This is Lin Xian, Big Brother Lin. Big Brother, how should I address you? Situ Jing asked. Dongfang Xiong, the young man smiled. Looking at him, if he wore a beast skin coat, he would be no different from a bear. The three of them walked to the shop and started to pack up, preparing to enter the mountain. 5 days later, the group set off. Their luggage was simple. Most of their things were placed in their storage rings. However, because the middle-aged man, Situ Tao, was not feeling well, they brought along a rank 4 sprinting beast. This beast's attack power was not strong, but it had a special ability. Its body was huge, and the bones on its back were like a house for people to rest in. Just like that, the group entered the mountain. At the same time, the other guilds also began to take action. The forest was vast, and all kinds of demonic beasts ran amok. If it was a normal day, it would be impossible to see so many demonic beasts. It seemed that there was indeed something unusual in the mountains. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Situ Tao was originally worried, but when he saw Dongfang Xiong kill a Type 5 mountain hound with a single punch, he immediately calmed down. Not only that, but he also admired Lin Xian even more. Because of Lin Xian's guidance, they were always able to avoid the powerful demonic beasts, making the journey much easier. The other guilds were not so lucky. As soon as they entered the forest, they encountered a pack of demon wolves. Immediately, many people were injured. The Dafeng mountain range was very wide. With their speed, it would probably take them a month to walk out of it. During this period of time, Lin Xian had never forgotten to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept. Coupled with Wine Lord's guidance, his progress was incredibly fast. It's getting late. Let's stop and rest. Situ Tao said. Lin Xian nodded and began to look for a safe place. In this mountain range, finding a safe place was very important. Otherwise, if they encountered a pack of demonic beasts, they would be unlucky. It's them. Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. I've found a good place. Follow me. He smiled. Dongfang Xiong carried a huge axe on his back and 2 demonic beasts on his shoulders as he followed Lin Xian with a silly smile. Situ Jing supported her father and walked in the middle. Soon, they arrived at a flat area with a few caves around it. There's actually people here. Situ Tao's expression changed when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. Brother Lin, why don't we go somewhere else? No need. I've already checked. This is the safest place within a few dozen miles. Lin Xian slowly said. Yes, Brother Lin is right. I think this place is very good. Dongfang Xiong was very satisfied. He threw the prey on his shoulders to the ground and prepared to clean it. This is the territory of the Dragon Gate Guild. You think you can behave so atrociously? A bald man coldly said, Situ Tao, I think you don't want to live anymore. Situ Jing was so frightened that she trembled. Situ Tao smiled and said, Everyone, I'm really sorry. There's no other place around here. We'll just stay for one night. We won't disturb you. No, we have to talk about guild secrets tonight. The others can't be here. Yes, quickly scram. Also, these two demonic beasts are not bad. Leave them for us for dinner. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were very domineering. Not only did they want to chase away Lin Xian and the others, they also wanted to take the food. Situ Jing and her father looked at Lin Xian, but the two of them didn't notice anything. Lin Xian sighed. He patted Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and said, Brother Xiong, someone wants to steal your food. What? Dongfang Xiong suddenly stood up and stomped his feet on the ground. Who dares to steal my things? Caw caw caw. The ground trembled. Countless cracks spread out under Dongfang Xiong's feet and covered the ground in an instant. It was as if an earthquake had just occurred. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were shocked as they stared blankly at the scene. Some of the harmonious Spirit Realm warriors also frowned. With their experience, they could see that this attack was purely physical strength. This guy is so scary. They looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. They didn't need to provoke such a strong enemy when they were outside. All right, you can stay here, but don't disturb us. An old man said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father felt relieved and settled down to rest. Dongfang Xiong continued to clean up the demonic beasts. Lin Xian looked at the cracks on the ground and praised in his heart. Dongfang Xiong's body was definitely not weaker than his silver lightning physique. One had to know that his silver lightning mark was cultivated through countless lightning strikes. Interesting guy. Lin Xian's lips curved up slightly. He also sat down and cultivated. Normally, he would cultivate the longevity art at this time. As long as he broke through the second level of the longevity art, he would be able to enter the harmonious spirit realm. At that time, the true power of the longevity art would be revealed. After a while, the smell of barbecued meat drifted over. Hee, I'm done. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and smiled. Smells so good. Situ Jing exclaimed and ran to the barbecued meat. Behind her, Situ Tao also slowly walked over. Lin Xian took out 3 jars of spirit wine and placed them on the ground. The group began to eat the meat and drink the wine. Beside them, the people from the Dragon Gate Guild saw Lin Xian and the others' food and the dried meat in their hands. They immediately felt unhappy. Many of them were even drooling. It's you. Quickly give us 10 jars of good wine. The bold man looked at the jars with shining eyes. Sorry, there's no share for you here. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Chapter 361. Brat, if you don't hand over the wine, I'll kill you. The bold man took out a shiny long blade. You want a drink? Lin Xian smiled. Who was the one who threatened us before? Who was the one who stopped us from staying here? You want to drink with your attitude. Is your head kicked by a donkey? What? I asked you to stay here because I pity you, but you guys don't know what's good for you. The bald man shouted angrily. Behind him, a few warriors quickly walked over. They were all half-step harmonious spirit realm warriors. When they stood together, they formed a terrifying aura. Don't fight, don't hurt our friendship. Situ Tao said with a trembling voice. I'll give you this cup of wine. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? The bald man knocked over the wine cup. Get lost. Or die. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Dongfang Xiong also stood up. Go, beat him to death. The bald man was furious. Although he was afraid of Dongfang Xiong, he believed that his subordinates could handle him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several figures pounced on Lin Xian and attacked him viciously. Buzz! A green sword light flashed like a gust of wind, faintly discernible. When Lin Xian retracted his sword, the martial artists screamed as they were sent flying. What? The pupils of the elders of the Dragon Gate Guild shrank and they unconsciously stood up. What did you see? One of the elders asked in a low voice. I didn't see it, it was too fast. The elder's eyelids were trembling. As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, he couldn't see Lin Xian's sword clearly. This kind of thing was hard to believe. You dare to hurt them. He's rebelling, he's rebelling. The bald man screamed, Men, kill him for me. Get lost. One of the elders moved and slapped the bald man away. Then, he smiled and bowed to Lin Xian. My subordinates are ignorant, please forgive them. I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father were confused. They never dreamed that the lawless Dragon Gate Guild would apologize to them. They never dreamed of this kind of thing. After the elder left, Dongfang Xiong said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother Lin's sword art to be so exquisite. We'll have a spar someday. The four of them drank wine and ate meat until midnight. After midnight, they all went to sleep. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Swish. 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 Suddenly, there was a soft sound all around, as if something was walking. Lin Xian was the first to open his eyes, followed by Dongfang Xiong, and then the elders from the Dragon Gate Guild. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he used his eye technique to look around. Swish. 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 Not good, there's a beast king. Cries of alarm rang out one after another as everyone was startled awake. Let's go. Lin Xian didn't dare to delay. He summoned Little Gold and called for Dongfang Xiong and Situ Jing. They rode on Little Gold. With a leap, Little Gold arrived in the middle of the swish. With another leap, Little Gold left the swish. Roar! World domination. Dongfang Xiong punched out with both fists. The terrifying power blasted the swish of beasts into smithereens. Lin Xian flicked his finger and unleashed the Tempest Sword Ripple. The fine green sword chi was like a ripple that quickly spread out. Any beast that came into contact with the Tempest Sword Ripple was sliced in half. The two of them didn't dare to continue fighting. They followed Little Gold and fled. The Dragon Gate Guild wasn't so lucky. They were surrounded by countless beasts and were quickly drowned. Behind the swish, there was a huge black python. It was dozens of meters long. The black scales on its body were like cold metal. On the head of the black python sat a man in a red robe. If one looked closely, they would realize that this man was very strange. He had the body of a human, but the head of a poisonous snake. His long neck was like a snake's body, constantly twisting. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This strange creature had a strange name. It was called the Crimson Black Goblin Tribe. Trying to run. The goblin spoke in human language. His body swayed, twisting in the air like a poisonous snake. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lin Xian and the rest sat on Little Gold's back and quickly escaped from the swish of beasts. Some of the beasts that chased them were killed by him and Dongfang Xiong, so they were temporarily safe. Why are there so many beasts? Lin Xian was puzzled. Are there a lot of beasts recently? Yeah. Situ Tao nodded slowly. Since 2 months ago, the beasts in the Dafeng mountain range started to gather. Some uncommon beasts also came out from the depths of the mountains. 2 months ago. Lin Xian was puzzled. This was around the same time as the appearance of the Crimson Black Goblin Tribe. Could it be? He remembered how the Crimson Black Goblin Tribe helped the Black Dragon sect stir up trouble. It seems that even the Tianshan Kingdom will not be peaceful. Lin Xian sighed. The Black Dragon sect was about to revive. He could not stop it. Perhaps it would not be long before the Black Dragon sect's shadow appeared in the entire Tiannan region. When that time came, it would be a true disaster. Only by quickly finding the Great Dragon Sword could they protect themselves in this chaotic world. Lin Xian yearned for the power of the Great Dragon Sword even more. Just as he was thinking, Dongfang Xiong's expression suddenly changed. Dodge! He waved his hand and pushed Situ Jing and his son to the side. Rumble! Where they were originally standing, the ground suddenly split open. A blood-red snake's head stretched out, sticking out its triangular tongue. Good stuff. I want to eat snake soup tomorrow. Dongfang Xiong shouted and stomped his foot. Instantly, the ground trembled. A terrifying force rushed toward the red snake's head. Lin Xian also came back to his senses. He pulled out the broken autumn scar and slashed out a thick green sword chi. Boom! 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 The ground sank. The terrifying force and the green sword chi missed. The red snake's head disappeared. Little White, come out. Lin Xian summoned the little white monkey and asked it and Little Gold to protect the Situ father and son. He used his soul power to scan the surroundings. I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. I miss it. A sinister voice echoed in the forest. Dongfang Xiong and Lin Xian both turned around and saw a monster standing not far away. It had a human body and a snake's head. What is this? Dongfang Xiong was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I don't like to eat human-shaped things. You want to eat me? Interesting human. The red-robed demon laughed. Its dark green eyes stared at Dongfang Xiong. Beside him, Lin Xian was shocked. Crimson Black Demon. What? Demon? Dongfang Xiong was very excited. In the distance, the Situ father and son were scared pale. However, with the protection of the little white monkey and Little Gold, they were very safe. Chapter 362. The red-robed demon spoke arrogantly, not putting Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong in his eyes at all. Demonic chi filled the air. His strength should be equivalent to an intermediate harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he identified the red-robed demon's strength. The harmonious spirit realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, intermediate, late, and peak. The difference between each small realm was huge. This kind of gap was similar to the gap between the harmonious spirit realm and the heaven and earth. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior could easily kill several early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Lin Xian was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior and Dongfang Xiong was an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, so the red-robed demon didn't put them in his eyes. He was only thinking about how to kill these two. Little brother Lin, I want to do it myself. Dongfang Xiong said with a grin. All right. Lin Xian shrugged and stood aside. Seeing this, the red-robed demon's demonic chi instantly shrunk. It was strange that someone dared to look down on him. Good, very good, I will use the cruelest method to kill you. The red-robed demon sneered, a group of idiots, you have never seen a demon before, of course you don't know how powerful we are. Before he finished his words, the red snake opened its mouth and spat out countless wind blades. The air was cut open and the ground cracked. This kind of power was far beyond an early harmonious spirit realm warrior. Clank. However, such a sharp attack only created sparks when it hit Dongfang Xiong's body. His wheat-colored muscles were not damaged at all. Hee, good. Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly. You should also taste my power. Dongfang Xiong took out the mountain-splitting axe from his back and held it tightly with both hands, chopping down with all his strength. A strong wind blew and everything in front of him was covered by the huge axe. Caw caw caw. Before the huge axe fell, everything in front of him had already turned into dust. The red-robed demon turned his head, his dark green eyes were filled with seriousness. He actually felt the threat of death. How is this possible? He is just an early harmonious spirit realm kid. 10,000 miles snake. 8 dark red snakes flew out from his body and merged with the spiritual chi outside, constantly growing bigger. Soon, they grew into 8 giant pythons. 2 of them bit towards the shiny axe, while the other 4 attacked Dongfang Xiong from different directions. Of the remaining 2, one ran towards Lin Xian while the other pounced towards Situ Jing and her son. The red-robed Yao was actually planning to kill everyone with a single move. Hee, overbearing heavenly axe. Dongfang Xiong still had a silly smile on his face, but his aura had undergone an astonishing change. It was as if a primordial giant was holding a heavenly axe and chopping down with all his might. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to be split apart. Boom! As the axe fell, the 200-meter-long pythons were split into 2 halves. The yellow axe blade flew forward at high speed, violently chopping towards the red-robed Yao. On the other side, Lin Xian unsheathed his broken sword. It was as if silver lightning was dancing in the air, swift and fierce. When the silver light fell, a transparent bloody hole appeared on the python's 7-inch body. The huge body collapsed with a loud crash. This was a swordsman. If he did not make a move, it would be fine, but if he did, it would be a fatal blow. Moreover, Lin Xian had already touched the edge of the thunder concept with that strike. Behind him, the little white monkey was jumping around with the cold star dagger in its hand. It had already resolved the danger. This monkey was very mysterious. Lin Xian had never seen it cultivate, but its strength had increased rapidly. Even now, Lin Xian did not know where its bottom line was. Bang! Bang! After the red-robed Yao blasted away Dongfang Xiong's attack, he realized that the 8 pythons he had summoned were all dead. He had seen Dongfang Xiong's power, but he was extremely surprised by the performance of Lin Xian and the little white monkey. It seems that I have underestimated you. After saying that, he took a step forward, and his Yao Qi soared into the sky. The shocking aura covered the sky, and the red-robed Yao also underwent a shocking change. His body no longer looked like a human, but was formed by countless red-black venomous snakes. It looked terrifying. He stretched out his hand, and his fingers turned into 5 pythons. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down. Boom! Dongfang Xiong was sent flying. Although there were no injuries on his body, he could not withstand the power. Damn it, again. Dongfang Xiong patted the dirt off his body and charged forward again with his axe. I'll help you. Let's end this quickly. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. From the attack just now, he analyzed that this Yao was 30% stronger than warriors of the same level. Moreover, his moves were strange, and Dongfang Xiong could not break through them immediately. Lin Xian did not want to spend too much time here. After all, there were Yao beasts all around, and a second Yao beast could come at any time. The two of them attacked together, forming a joint attack. The overbearing heavens axe formed a fierce wind with the power to split mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used the sword drawing technique, which merged the power of wind and thunder, increasing the power by several times. Before the attack arrived, the red-robed Yao beast's body reacted. It was an instinctive reaction, which Yao beasts were the most sensitive to. Poof! Sika! The overbearing heavens axe sent one of his arms flying, and the wind-thunder sword drawing technique severed his waist. Phew! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression changed immediately. Something's not right. He suddenly retreated, and a silver thunder pattern appeared on his body. There was no blood, not a trace of blood. If the body was severed, there should be blood spurting out, but there was no blood on the red-robed Yao beast. Even if he was a Yao beast, there should be blood. Unless, he was not injured. The moment the silver thunder pattern appeared on his body, the severed part of the red-robed Yao beast turned into countless poisonous snakes, flicking their red tongues. Under an unknown force, the severed arm was reattached to his body. At his waist, countless red snakes also appeared on both ends of the severed part. They intertwined with each other, forming a complete body once again. Boom! A ferocious python head formed in the air with a dangerous force, sending Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong flying. All of this happened in an instant. Lin Xian had just finished using the silver thunder body when he was sent flying. The attack was formed by Yao Qi, and it was frantically destroying Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, he had the silver thunder pattern, which was able to resist the Yao Qi. Otherwise, even if it was another mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior, they would have been seriously injured by this attack. Buzz! The great dragon sword intent in his body trembled, and a sharp sword qi flew out from his body, forming a ring of sword light that destroyed the Yao Qi. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Dongfang Xiong who was beside him. Dongfang Xiong's face was pale, but the Yao Qi on his body had been removed. Moreover, there was not a trace of injury on his body, which was enough to prove that his body was abnormally strong. They are not dead. The red-robed Yao beast was surprised. His dark green eyes turned. When he found that Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong were not dead, and there were no external injuries, his snake face became very ugly. Chapter 363. Lowly humans, you've surprised me, but the show ends here. If nothing unexpected happened, these two people must be human genius martial artists. Killing such people would be much more satisfying than killing other martial artists. You talk too much. I think I'll have to cut your tongue out, Lin Xian snorted. Fried tongue, I like it, Dongfang Xiong said with a smile. Die. The red-robed demon was furious. His arms shook and turned into a giant python, charging at the two. A sinister and cold aura shrouded the area. Lin Xian felt that his spiritual power couldn't flow smoothly. Gale Lightning Sword. Waving the broken sword, Lin Xian used his strongest move. A giant sword appeared in the sky. Ancient inscriptions were carved on the blade, and it fell with a mysterious aura. Beside him, Dongfang Xiong also used the overbearing heavenly axe. The dazzling golden axe cleaved the sky into pieces. The two ultimate moves slashed at the red-robed demon, and terrifying energy surged. Impossible, how can they use such powerful attacks? The red-robed demon's expression changed. This kind of attack was enough to threaten his life, let alone to run. He couldn't resist anymore. His body turned into thousands of poisonous snakes, fleeing in all directions. Rumble, mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground collapsed. It was doomsday. Strong winds blew, and trees were uprooted. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others didn't stay. They quickly left with the Situ father and son. After a long time, a terrifying pit appeared in the ground. It was so dark that it couldn't be seen. At the edge of the pit, a palm-sized dark red snake quickly escaped. Half a month later, Lin Xian and the others walked out of the Dafeng mountain range. What rich spiritual energy. Arriving at the Dragonstar Kingdom, Lin Xian's first reaction was that the spiritual energy here was very rich. As expected of a kingdom, the spiritual energy here was much richer than the Tianshan Kingdom. How do we get there? Lin Xian asked. There's a city 500 miles east, Situ Tao said. Their running beast had been eaten long ago, and now it was sitting on Xiao Jin. Lin Xian patted lightly, and Xiao Jin turned into a streak of golden light and jumped towards the east. This was the border of the Dragonstar strong country, and there were all sorts of people here. There were lone rangers, and there were also groups. One of the wild wolves took a fancy to the extraordinary Xiao Jin and wanted to snatch him away. Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong fought with them and beat them away. However, his heart was filled with astonishment. The cultivation of these people was uneven. The highest cultivation was at the early stage of the harmonious spirit realm, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. However, the combat strength of these people was beyond imagination. The early harmonious spirit realm warrior wasn't any weaker than a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, even that 7th level spirit sea level martial artist had the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit. Lin Xian had never seen such a situation in the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom. As expected of a powerful country. It is not just a little bit stronger than the Tianshan Kingdom. Lin Xian felt that even if he was in the Dragonstar strong country, he wouldn't have much of an advantage against the younger generation. Along the way, Lin Xian's thoughts seemed to have been confirmed. This was the golden age of martial arts. This was the heaven of the strong. From Situ Tao, he learned that the Dragonstar strong country had a vast territory that was several times the size of the Tianshan Kingdom. Here, there were several top powers, and each of them could sweep through the Tianshan Kingdom. One country, 2 sects, 3 sections. These 6 powers were the top powers of the Dragonstar country, controlling most of the resources here. Below them, there were the 4 great families, who were also the overlords of a region. These were things that everyone in the Dragonstar country knew. Situ Tao had been running around for years, so he knew a lot about the Dragonstar country. Lin Xian had a general understanding of the powers here. If nothing unexpected happened, the geniuses participating in the sacred True Dragon Gathering would be chosen from these powers. The closer they got to the city, the more martial artists there were. During this time, there were already several groups of people staring at the golden frog that Lin Xian was sitting on. Little brother Lin, why don't we get down? You should put away this demonic beast. Situ Tao was a bit worried. Those people are all gangsters, they specialize in robbing caravans at the border. We should be careful. Okay. Lin Xian had just arrived and didn't want to cause too much trouble. The 4 landed and Lin Xian put away Little Gold. However, the little white monkey insisted on not going in, so Lin Xian couldn't do anything about it. Although he put away Little Gold, the people behind didn't give up and continued to follow Lin Xian's group. Finally, a group of people stopped Lin Xian. Brother, you don't look familiar, a man with a scar on his face said coldly. What? I can't come just because I'm unfamiliar. Lin Xian's expression was calm. Good kid, you have guts. The scarred man laughed. We're very interested in your golden frog and want to buy it. How about this, you name a price, we won't bargain. Situ Tao's body trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew this group of people, they were called the Lion Group, and the scarred man was the mad blade Gui Jianqiu from the Netherworld. His cultivation had reached the peak of early harmonious spirit realm and he had a top profound rank treasure blade. Not many people could be his opponent. Whenever a caravan met him, they would obediently hand over a large amount of spirit stones for peace. Now that they were targeted by these people, Situ Tao's heart was filled with despair. They didn't have that many spirit stones, how could they hand it over? I'm sorry, little gold is my friend, I won't sell it. Lin Xian shook his head. Kid, my big brother said that he's giving you face. Be smart and hand over that demonic beast. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive. A tall and skinny man with an iron rod shouted coldly. The iron rod in his hand shook, turning the ground 10 meters around him into powder. What a terrifying strength. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head. He could see that the iron rod only shattered the surface of the ground, as for the stones below, they were not damaged at all. To achieve this kind of technique, one would need an extremely high level of control. It was beyond Lin Xian's expectation that there would be such an expert in a group of bandits. However, this kind of ability was not enough to threaten Lin Xian. I won't give you little gold. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sword light. Sword chi soared from his body, it was extremely sharp, even his aura changed. An expert. The scarred man was surprised. The young man with the iron rod also narrowed his eyes. They had lived on the edge of a blade for many years, so they still had this kind of eyesight. Lin Xian's aura was like that of a swordsman. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand. On the side, Dongfang Xiong was also rubbing his palms. Eating and fighting were his two favorite things. He couldn't ask for more to be able to spar with an expert. You guys, who wants to go first? Dongfang Xiong smiled foolishly. You're courting death. The iron rod man was furious. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, they weren't scared of him. Chapter 364. The lanky man attacked fiercely, causing the air to explode. The iron rod was only as thick as an arm, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Hee, good one. Dongfang Xiong laughed and punched out with his right fist. There were no fancy moves or flashes of light. It was a solid punch that landed on the iron rod. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound was heard, causing the air around to tremble, forming wave-like ripples. Lin Xian used his spirit energy to cover Situ Tao and his son, ensuring their safety. Otherwise, the shockwave alone would have killed them both. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the lanky man was sent flying, and his iron rod fell to the ground. What? The Lion Regiment members were shocked, their eyes almost popping out. The scarred man frowned, looking at Dongfang Xiong with a gloomy gaze. The tall and skinny man was his trusted subordinate. He was an early harmonious spirit expert. Although he looked thin and weak, his strength was astonishing. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for this lanky man in terms of pure strength. However, such an expert was sent flying by someone. Moreover, it was with pure physical strength. How could this not shock people? Brat, how dare you hurt him? The scarred man said sternly. As the leader of the regiment, he had to take action. A jet-black treasured blade appeared in the air. The scarred man held the treasured blade in his hand, his body emitting a dazzling blade light. Want to fight? I'll play with you. Lin Xian took a step forward, sword energy surging from his body as if it was going to pierce the sky. This aura was very powerful, suppressing the black blade light in the sky. What? This is impossible. The Lion Regiment members exclaimed. That was their leader, the famous wild blade Gui Jianchou. But now, he was suppressed by a young man in terms of aura. Ghost, this was definitely a ghost. The scarred man was also shocked. He felt that he was not facing a young man, but a peerless divine sword with incomparable sharpness. Sword intent. This was the first thought that came to his mind. One had to know that sword intent and blade intent were both unparalleled offensive intents. It was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend them. Even he had not comprehended blade intent. At this moment, the knife-scarred man actually had the thought of retreating. Even he couldn't believe that he was actually afraid of a young man. However, his body betrayed him. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from the sky again. City Tao, you guys are actually here. Hearing this voice, the scar-faced man quickly withdrew his saber light. Lin Xian also dispersed his sword intent, turning back into a delicate youth. Everyone looked up and saw a huge black shadow descending rapidly from the sky. It was a demonic bird. Its entire body was fiery red, and the feathers on its body burned like flames. There were 3 figures standing on top of it. At this moment, they were looking down. Pu. The flaming bird landed on the ground, blowing away the surrounding rocks. The eyes of the old man in the middle were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. The Lion Regiment. When he saw the scar-faced man, he frowned. Shi Feng had heard of this team before. Their leader, Mad Blade Ghost's Grimace, in particular, was rumored to be extremely difficult to deal with. However, he was not afraid of these people. Mad Blade, how dare you covet the Jiang family's goods? You're quite bold. The Jiang family. The scar-faced man's face turned pale when he heard these 2 words. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said, the information this time was wrong. We really didn't know these goods belonged to the Jiang family. Sorry for the offense. We'll take our leave first. We'll definitely apologize to the Jiang family in the future. With that, he quickly left with a group of people as if he was escaping. Humph. The old man in the middle snorted coldly and did not pursue the matter. However, the 2 young men beside him looked at him with disdain. The Jiang family. Lin Xian was surprised. The powerful scar-faced man and the others were actually so afraid of these 2 words. It seemed that the Jiang family must be very powerful. Right, the Jiang family. I wonder if Jiang Sanfeng is from the Jiang family. Lin Xian suddenly remembered the person that old man Deke had asked him to look for. However, it was not convenient for him to ask about the current situation. Forget it. Since the Jiang family is so powerful, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Xian calmed down. City Tao, did you bring the goods? The old man asked. Yes, City Tao replied respectfully. All right, come on up. The old man waved his hand and brought Lin Xian and the others onto the blazing bird. Up. With a command, the huge blazing bird flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. On the bird's back, the 3 Jiang family members stood in front without looking back. Situ Tao and his son sat there uneasily. They were only Sea of Soul Realm martial artists and had never sat on such a demonic beast before. However, Dongfang Xiong was very excited. His bell-like eyes stared at the bird's back and he kept muttering in a low voice. Lin Xian's soul power was abnormal. When he heard Dongfang Xiong's words, he could not help but laugh. This guy was actually thinking about how to eat this demonic beast. Moreover, Lin Xian was not the only one who heard his words. One of the Jiang family disciples in front suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Dongfang Xiong. Hee hee. Dongfang Xiong scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Humph, country bumpkin. That disciple looked back with disdain. The blazing bird flew very fast. In a moment, they saw a city. However, it was obvious that they could not fly in the city. The Jiang family elder let the blazing bird land and the group walked into the city. The city of Dragon Star Nation was much bigger and more prosperous than Heavenly Mountain Nation. In the northwest of the city, there was a cluster of pavilions, all of which belonged to the Jiang family. Lin Xian and the others were arranged a place to stay. Situ Tao followed the old man to hand over the goods. Since they had nothing to do, Lin Xian and the others planned to walk around the city and see if there was anything fun to do. The streets were very wide and were paved with huge bluestones that were abnormally hard. There were many snack bars on both sides, but Dongfang Xiong was not interested. His favorite food was still demonic beasts. On the other hand, Situ Jing's face was red with excitement. Sigh, almost again. Damn it, we lost money again. Lin Xian noticed many martial artists walking over with bitter faces. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. What's wrong with these people? Dongfang Xiong scratched his head. Chapter 365. After squeezing into the crowd, Lin Xian saw a martial artist in front of him who was attacking a black stone tablet. The man's punches were so fast that they left an afterimage in the air. Bang! A deep sound was heard, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, the huge black stone tablet did not move at all. However, on the surface of the stone tablet, there were 4 bright red stars that were shining brightly. Sigh, another failure. The crowd sighed and lamented. What is this? Situ Jing asked curiously. A young martial artist who was closest to them said, "This is a strength testing stone. It can test a martial artist's strength. Do you see those 10 vertical stars? Each star represents 10,000 jin. When your strength reaches the required level, those stars will light up." Then why did you say that I failed? Lin Xian asked. This is a strength testing stone. Each test will cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones. However, if someone can light up 6 stars, the stall owner will give them 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for free. I see. Lin Xian understood. To light up 6 stars, one would need to have at least 60,000 pounds of strength. Even a harmonious spirit realm martial artist would not be able to do that. Moreover, spirit transformation realm experts would not play this kind of game. Therefore, the stall owner was obviously exploiting this loophole to make money. One should know that mid-grade spirit stones were hard currency. 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a test was not cheap. However, this was the Dragon Star Empire. There were many rich martial artists here. Soon, another martial artist walked out. This was a man in his 40s. His face was slightly yellow and his clothes were thin. He looked like a teacher. Can he do it? The crowd was puzzled. It's hard to say. I can't sense his aura. He might be an expert. Someone analyzed. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his yellowed wrist. He clenched his 5 fingers together and waved his palm lightly, as if a cloud had floated past. No way, what is he doing? Someone sneered. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Wang wang wang. The palm wind hit the black strength testing stone and the stars on it lit up quickly. 1 star, 2 stars. The crowd held their breaths in anticipation. Wang. When the fifth star lit up, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. However, the sixth star did not light up. Sigh, we were so close. Everyone sighed again. Dongfang Xiong, on the other hand, was waiting with his bell-like eyes, looking eager to give it a try. However, at this time, a few sneers came from the side. What a bunch of trash. It's been so long and no one has been able to strike out the sixth star. Hearing this, many people were angry. They had tried before, but all of them failed. Who are you calling trash? Many people glared at him. However, when they saw the person who spoke, many of them were stunned. Lin Xian also looked over curiously, only to see three young men standing not far to his left. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, and their faces were filled with arrogance. The word Jiang was painted on their chests. They're disciples of the Jiang family. Lin Xian frowned slightly. These people didn't look like good people. So what if I'm talking about you? Trash is trash. One of the young men sneered. Those people didn't dare to talk back, but their faces turned purplish black. If you're so good, then go ahead. It's not too late to mock others when you strike out the sixth star. There was a hint of anger in this voice. What did you say? That young man was angry that someone dared to talk back to him. He glanced around and quickly locked onto the person who spoke. A young man in white held a folding fan in his hand and gently fanned it. His handsome face immediately attracted the attention of the female martial artists present. Beside him stood a woman. However, she wore a silver mask that covered her beautiful face. However, her exposed eyes were like the bright moon, very moving. Such a handsome young man and a mysterious woman quickly attracted everyone's attention. Were you the one who questioned me just now? The Jiang family disciple looked unfriendly. Everyone knows how to be sarcastic. If you want to mock others, show me your strength first. The young man in white smiled indifferently. Do you know who you're talking to? The Jiang family disciple sneered. Do you believe that I can make you stay here forever? This is Dragon Star Nation City, not your Jiang family's territory. The young man in white disagreed. Besides, you're just a small branch. What's there to be proud of? You. The three Jiang family disciples were enraged. In Qingshan City, they always kept their word, and no one dared to talk back to them. But now, someone actually dared to talk back to them. Humph. With a cold snort, a dangerous aura surged out from that disciple. Ah! City Jing was the closest, and her strength was weak, so she was hit by the aura. Lin Xian reacted quickly and cut off the aura with a finger and quickly protected City Jing. You dare to stop me? You're courting death. That Jiang family disciple suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a cold gaze. The two people beside him also looked over with killing intent in their eyes. Your aura hurt a child. Don't tell me you don't allow others to resist. Lin Xian's face darkened. That's right. I don't think you're good people. Dongfang Xiong also said angrily. What did you say? The three of them were furious. Someone dared to talk back to them again. The surrounding warriors also looked on nervously. They knew that these three guys were the little tyrants of Qingshan City. Usually, they used their status as Jiang family disciples to bully men and women, but no one dared to provoke them. Today's situation would definitely make them furious. Who are these three people? They don't look familiar, someone said softly. Needless to say, they must be outsiders. How would the people of Qingshan City dare to find trouble with them? The three of you, kneel down and kowtow, and I'll spare your lives. Jiang Feng said with a glare. Are you a dog? Biting everyone you see. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid of such people. Biting people. Are you a dog demon? Quickly show your true form. I'm going to kill you. Dongfang Xiong said with a serious face. Pfft. Finally, someone in the crowd could not help but laugh. The others also tried their best to hold back their laughter, but the smiles on their faces were clearly visible. You! I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng was furious. Someone actually dared to scold him. He must cut off his tongue. Brother, you're wrong. Calling him a dog, isn't that an insult to dogs? The young man in white said with a smile. Everyone laughed in surprise, and various expressions appeared on their faces. What was going on today? Why were there so many fierce people all of a sudden? First, they called Jiang Feng a dog demon. Now, they were even worse than a dog. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng shouted to the sky with a ferocious expression. You too, attack. After that, the three of them were about to attack. Little brothers, listen to this old man's words. The stall owner came out and said quickly, this started because of the strength testing stone. Why don't we solve it with the strength testing stone? Chapter 366. The stall owner of the strength testing stone was a short old man with a goatee and his eyes narrowed into slits. He smiled and said, Little brothers, why don't we use the strength testing stone to settle this matter? Everyone was stunned and looked at the old man in shock. The other party was a disciple of the Jiang family. If they were angered, they would definitely lose their lives. Even so, everyone was very interested in the old man's suggestion. Until now, no one had been able to hit 6 stars. They wondered if these people could succeed. Lin Xian did not think much of it, but Dongfang Xiong was abnormally excited. His bell-sized eyes bloomed with endless brilliance. The white-robed youth also nodded in agreement. I have no problem, but I'm afraid the Jiang family disciples won't dare to accept the challenge. Humph, why wouldn't they dare? Jiang Feng sneered. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. But if you lose, you'll be at my disposal. What if you lose? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. What kind of joke is this? Brother Feng will lose. Another Jiang family disciple said. Since it's a bet, it's better to agree beforehand. Otherwise, someone might go back on their word, the white-robed youth said slowly. What do you want? Jiang Feng asked back. We won't punish you, but in the future, if you meet us, you'll have to stay 10 meters away, Lin Xian said slowly. You're looking for death. No one has ever dared to make such a request of me. Jiang Feng's face darkened. He was a disciple of the Jiang family. His body was very honorable. How could he avoid others? So you don't dare. The white-robed youth waved his fan. If you don't dare, then forget it. We won't force you. Who says I don't dare? Jiang Feng was anxious. There were so many people here. If he did not agree, others would definitely think too much. Okay, I agree. Jiang Feng's expression was full of confidence. I won't lose. Cut the crap. I can't wait, Dongfang Xiong said while rubbing his hands. Little brothers, the strength testing stone tablets rules are 100 mid-grade spirit stones each time, the old man with the goatee said with a smile. What? You dare to take our money? The Jiang family disciples stared. Everyone was stunned. This old man was really greedy. He even dared to take money from the Jiang family. Wasn't he afraid of revenge? Sir, here are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The young man in white handed over a bag of spirit stones. I'm not like some people who can't even afford 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I don't look like a disciple of a big family. It's only 100 spirit stones. I have plenty of them. Jiang Feng's expression was cold as he took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring. Lin Xian took out 2 bags of spirit stones and handed them to the short old man. Who's first? Dongfang Xiong asked. I'll go first. Jiang Feng took a step forward and arrived in front of the testing area. Looking at the cold strength measuring stone tablet, Jiang Feng secretly circulated his spirit energy and punched out. Suddenly, the air in front of him exploded, and the violent impact hit the black stone tablet. Whang! The black stone tablet trembled slightly, and stars lit up one after another. Everyone looks over curiously, wanting to see if this Jiang family disciple is able to hit out 6-star jades. The first 4 stars quickly lit up, and the 5th star was the last to light up, flickering with a dazzling red light. As everyone watched, the red light of the 5th star gradually deepened and finally turned purple. But the 6th star still did not light up. The surrounding cultivators hissed and sighed in disappointment. Failed, even a Jiang family disciple failed. Is there really no one who can hit out 6-star jades? They could not be blamed for being disappointed. While Jiang Feng's reputation was not good, but everyone knew his power. He definitely surpassed martial artists of the same level. Impossible. When Jiang Feng saw the result, he immediately became anxious. There's a problem, there must be a problem. How can I only have 250 kilograms of strength? Jiang Feng did not believe it. He had almost used all his strength in that punch, but even so, he still did not hit out 6-star jades. Tell me, is there a problem with this? Jiang Feng pulled the old man with the goatee next to him. Little brother, there's definitely no problem with this strength measuring stone. The old man said in a panic. If you don't have the ability, then don't blame others. The white-robed youth sneered. What did you say? Jiang Feng roared. I said, if you don't have the ability, then don't find excuses. What strength measuring stone is broken? The white-robed youth sneered. Don't implicate the innocent. Don't forget that there are so many people here watching. You don't want the Jiang family's reputation to be tarnished, right? The white-robed youth said as he waved his fan. Humph. Jiang Feng threw the short old man to the side. I want to see how you can hit out 6-star jades. The white-robed youth smiled and slowly walked towards the strength measuring stone. His eyes focused, and a sharp aura was emitted from his body. The white-robed youth quickly waved his palm. Buzz! The terrifying palm struck the black strength measuring stone, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The 5 stars on it quickly lit up. Under everyone's anxious attention, the 5th star shone brightly. And its color changed from red to purple, and finally to black. But the 6th star still did not light up. It didn't light up. The white-robed youth frowned. How can this be? The eyes of the silver-masked woman in the distance were also filled with confusion. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that even the white-robed youth could not hit out 6-star jades. Humph. What about 6-star jades? Jiang Feng sneered. You still think that there's no problem with the strength measuring stone? Or are you also a piece of trash? This fellow is obviously lying to everyone. He looked at the short old man with killing intent in his eyes. Daring to lie to him, Jiang Feng, is an unforgivable crime. The white-robed youth was puzzled. He believed in his own strength. That punch just now was definitely not as simple as 250 kilograms. But why didn't the 6th star light up? Is there really a problem with the strength measuring stone? Shaking his head, the white-robed youth turned to look at the short old man. It's none of my business. Little brothers, there really is no problem with the strength measuring stone. The short old man shrunk his body. There are still 2 more people. Maybe those 2 little brothers can hit out 6-star jades. If they can't hit it, it won't be too late to punish me then. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong. However, they basically ignored Lin Xian and placed their gazes on Dongfang Xiong. There was no other way. Lin Xian's body was too thin and weak. Moreover, his cultivation did not even reach the harmonious spirit realm. How could such a person hit 6-star jades? On the other hand, Dongfang Xiong's muscles were filled with explosive strength. He looked very promising. Maybe he could really hit 6-star jades. Jiang Feng looked at the 2 of them and said in a deep voice, "All right, let's let them try. If they can't hit 6-star jades, I will definitely not forgive you." That's right, that's right. The short old man nodded. Don't worry, old man. I'm sure I can hit it. Dongfang Xiong grinned. Chapter 367. Lin Xian nodded. He slowly walked in front of the strength testing stone and looked at it carefully. His eyes flashed as he secretly used his eye technique, but he still did not find anything out of the ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian could only test his strength according to the normal method. Using all the spiritual power in his body, he waved his right hand and a huge mountain appeared. Seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used the power of mountains and rivers and attacked the strength testing stone. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that this seemingly weak young man would be able to use such a terrifying attack. Boom! The strength testing stone glowed and 5 stars quickly lit up. The 5th star was bright red. Everyone was disappointed. Even Jiang Feng could not compare to this level. But when they thought about Lin Xian's cultivation, everyone was relieved. To be able to achieve such a result was already very impressive. The white-robed youth was disappointed and did not pay attention to Lin Xian. Jiang Feng sneered, "Trash indeed." "No, he's even worse than trash." Dongfang Xiong had a strange expression. This strength was not like the Lin Xian he knew. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He did not use all his strength in this punch. But even so, according to his calculations, it should not be only 250 kilograms of strength. Is there really a problem with this strength testing stone? Lin Xian frowned. Who said that 6 stars must be 60,000? Wine Lord sneered. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be? With Wine Lord's reminder, Lin Xian suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the short old man next to him. He saw the old man's body trembling as if he was afraid. But his eyes did not reveal any fear. Something's wrong. Lin Xian touched his chin. It's finally my turn. Dongfang Xiong jumped out impatiently. At this time, everyone's gaze was on Dongfang Xiong. This was their last hope. Jiang Fengguang looks at the little old man and says with a sinister expression, "Old thing, you better pray that he can hit out 6 stars. Otherwise, you are dead for sure." "Relax, I will definitely be able to hit 6 stars. Dongfang Xiong grinned. Standing in front of the black testing stone, his tall body exploded with a series of popping sounds like beans being fried. In the next moment, his entire aura changed. His eyes became sharp and decisive, like a ferocious beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber. His original silly smile was replaced by a grave and stern expression. He raised his right fist slightly, and the muscles on it bulged like a dragon. Dongfang Xiong growled as his right fist suddenly punched out. The air exploded with a rumbling sound. It was as if a real mountain had landed on the ground. Strong winds blew in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Boom! The strength testing stone let out a deep sound, and the entire stone tablet started to tremble. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the stars above quickly lit up. 1, 2, 3. The fifth heart quickly lit up, turning from bright red to purple, and finally to black. After turning black, the 6 stars suddenly lit up. The dazzling red was like a red sun, illuminating the surroundings. It lit up, it really lit up. The 6th star really lit up. Everyone exclaimed. Jiang Feng's face darkened, and the 2 Jiang family disciples beside him also looked uneasy, wishing that they could leave this place immediately. Dongfang Xiong hit 6 stars, which meant that there was no problem with the strength testing stone. Then, the problem was Jiang Feng's strength. Thinking that a Jiang family disciple, a harmonious spirit expert, was actually not as good as an unknown brat. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng had the urge to vomit blood. Beside him, the white-robed youth was also shocked. He carefully looked at Dongfang Xiong, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. What a terrifying strength! This guy's strength should be in strength. The white-robed youth thought. I am Little Wen Zisu, how should I address you? The white-robed youth asked. I am Dongfang Xiong, and this is little brother Lin Xian. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and smiled. However, the crowd obviously ignored Lin Xian, and many people looked at Dongfang Xiong as if they were looking at a monster. No, I must have made a mistake just now. This time, I will definitely hit it. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and said. As a Jiang family disciple, he could not lose to an unknown person. Throwing out another bag of spirit stones, Jiang Feng walked in front of the strength testing stone. His body emitted a blue light, as unfathomable as the ocean. The surrounding spirit energy crazily surged, forming a terrifying blue fist shadow behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. Break for me! Jiang Feng shouted angrily, the blue spirit energy wrapped around his fist, and suddenly punched out. The blue fist shadow behind him followed his movement, and quickly bombarded the strength testing stone. Boom! An explosion sounded in the air, as if a mountain rock had exploded, causing the air to boil. Everyone looked again, wanting to see if Jiang Feng, who used 120% of his strength, could hit the 6th star. However, everyone was disappointed. The 5th star turned from purple to black, like a black jade, but the 6th star still did not light up. Impossible! This is impossible! Why didn't I succeed? Panic appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. He had already used all his strength. Not only did he use all the spirit energy in his body, but he also used the surrounding spirit energy. He had absolute confidence in this punch. Moreover, this force was definitely above 70,000 pounds. However, why did the 6th star still not light up? On the side, Lin Xian frowned, and a pondering expression appeared on his face. With his outstanding spirit energy, he could naturally sense the strength of that punch. According to his deduction, although it was not as strong as Dongfang Xiong, it should be able to hit the 6th star. Damn it, how much strength is required to hit the 6th star? Lin Xian cursed in his heart. If I'm not wrong, the minimum requirement for the 6th star should be 100,000 pounds of strength, Wine Lord transmitted his voice. 100,000 pounds. Lin Xian almost jumped up. This was too terrifying. This kind of strength was very close to that of a spirit transformation expert. No wonder so many people could not hit the 6th star. Damn it, this thing actually requires 100,000 pounds of strength. Then he thought that since Dongfang Xiong could hit 100,000 pounds of strength, this guy was definitely not a normal person. What do you know? This strength-testing stone was used to test disciples in ancient times. 6 stars is just a passing grade. It's not a big deal. Wine Lord disdained. Lin Xian was speechless. How abnormal were ancient martial artists? Although he had never seen them, he knew that those people were not simple just by hearing Wine Lord's description. I wonder if I'll be able to form the 6 star after using Silver Thunder Body. Lin Xian was eager to try. Firstly, he wanted to test his true strength. Secondly, he wanted to prove to Wine Lord that he was not inferior to anyone. Even if he faced those ancient martial artists, he would not admit defeat. Chapter 368. Seeing Lin Xian's eagerness to try, the others were stunned. Is this guy crazy? Isn't this a waste of money? Yeah, a half-step harmonious spirit kid, it's already very scary if he can hit 5 stars. Everyone discussed, they didn't think that Lin Xian could hit 6 stars. Jiang Feng saw Lin Xian's action and became even angrier. Get out of my way. What's a piece of trash like you doing? Lin Xian's face darkened, he looked at Jiang Feng coldly. It's not certain who's the trash, I advise you not to bite people like a mad dog. Kid, you're courting death. How dare you talk to me like that, I'll kill you right now. Jiang Feng was furious, a half-step harmonious spirit kid dared to talk to him like that. Kneel down and apologize, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Jiang Feng released a powerful aura towards Lin Xian. What do you want? How dare you bully little brother Lin, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Dongfang Xiong stood out. His tall stature, coupled with his ferocious gaze, made him look like a peerless beast that had appeared in the human world. Everyone thought of the scene when he hit 6 stars and felt an indescribable pressure. How is he human? He's a ferocious beast in human form. Jiang Feng's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to deal with this big guy. Humph. Let's see what a piece of trash like you can do. Jiang Feng sneered. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. This fellow had provoked him time and time again, causing a killing intent to well up in his heart. But he still managed to control his killing intent. Now that he was in a foreign country, he didn't dare to be careless, and this Jiang family seemed to be related to the person he was looking for. So Lin Xian didn't make a move. But if there was a chance, he wouldn't let Jiang Feng go. Thinking of this, he calmed down and quickly walked to the strength-testing stone. This time, he planned to use his real strength. The art of long life in his body began to circulate, forming a powerful force. Silver lightning appeared on his body, making crackling sounds. The next moment, the surface of his body was covered with mysterious silver lightning runes, as if the god of thunder had descended. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt an astonishing pressure from Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow didn't use his full strength just now? The crowd found it hard to imagine. The white-robed youth was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. At the side, Jiang Feng's face became even darker. Lin Xian's aura made him feel extremely uneasy. Damn it! Who the hell is this kid? How could he have such a martial skill? Only Dongfang Xiong grinned foolishly. He had been with Lin Xian for more than a month, so he naturally knew his strength. Lin Xian's physical strength wasn't any weaker than his. Furthermore, Dongfang Xiong knew that Lin Xian was also a swordsman. A swordsman's most powerful ability was, of course, his sword. I thought I was strong enough. I didn't expect there to be someone even stronger. Silver lightning crackled around Lin Xian's body, carrying an extremely dangerous aura. As he walked, he let out a thunderous sound. Clenching his right fist, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body slightly arched like a ferocious cheetah, ready to attack at any time. Boom! Lightning flashed as the silver fist landed on the strength-testing stone, letting out an explosive sound. Silver lightning surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of lightning. Occasionally, lightning leaked out, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. After a while, the silver light dissipated, revealing a black strength-testing stone. The crowd looked at the strength-testing stone with anticipation. On the black strength-testing stone, the first 5 stars quickly lit up, and the 5th star instantly turned purplish-black. Not only was he arrogant, but he was also cruel. Being able to hit out 6 stars is nothing amazing. If we really fight, I could destroy you with one hand. Jiang Feng had unlimited confidence. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Indeed, it's nothing amazing. However, you can't even hit out 6 stars. Aren't you too useless?" "I don't know. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? I am a Jiang family disciple. This is enough." Jiang Feng's voice was as cold as a blade. "Offending me will only result in death." "Jiang family." Lin Xian laughed. "In the end, you are just a useless trash that relies on your family. Once you leave your family, you are nothing." What a clever and eloquent brat. "However, no matter what you say today, you won't be able to escape death." Jiang Feng's face was sinister like an injured beast. This was the pain in his heart. Today, it was mercilessly exposed by Lin Xian. Chapter 369. Jiang Feng was very powerful. A blue fish shadow formed behind him and blasted towards Lin Xian with a violent aura. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly. "Why aren't you dodging?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but worry for him. Is he planning to take it head-on? The young man in white guessed. Humph, he must have been scared silly. The 2 Jiang family disciples sneered. "If you don't dodge, then die." A ferocious look appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes, and he channeled his spiritual power even more vigorously. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into minced meat with a single punch. Seeing the blue fist getting closer and closer, a mysterious rune suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. What followed was a powerful soul force. After Lin Xian became a grade 3 inscription master, he once again used his eye technique to attack. Wang! An invisible energy wave quickly passed through the fist shadows and acted on Jiang Feng's body. Puff! Jiang Feng's body trembled, and the speed of his attack slowed down. The huge blue fist in the sky also quickly disappeared. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Jiang Feng's face contorted as if he was in great pain. The blue spirit power in his body rumbled, and in the next moment, he actually broke through Lin Xian's pupil technique. Unorthodox sect, die! Jiang Feng pounced over like a wild beast. Lin Xian was surprised. His soul force was very powerful. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for him in terms of soul force. But this Jiang Feng was actually able to break through his eye technique attack, which really surprised him. As expected of the Dragon Star Empire, the strength of their martial artists is indeed formidable. Lin Xian once again experienced the strength of this country's martial artists, which was far beyond that of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. However, Lin Xian had more than one method. The inscriptions in his eyes changed rapidly, forming 3 flower patterns. An even more powerful illusion attack rushed towards Jiang Feng. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Jiang Feng finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body collapsed. Like a puppet, he stood there with a pained expression on his face. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Two of the Jiang family's disciples stepped forward and shouted crazily. Puff! Jiang Feng seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. What did you do to Brother Feng? The two disciples screamed. Everyone was horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. They only saw Lin Xian glare at Jiang Feng. The latter stood there motionless, and then he was injured and spat out blood. What kind of attack is that? Isn't it too strange? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be a soul attack? Someone was puzzled. That's right, it was indeed a soul attack. I didn't expect that brat's soul force to be so powerful. An expert recognized. The Dragonstar's strong country was truly extraordinary. In just an instant, there were martial artists who recognized the soul attack. You're dead for injuring a disciple of the Jiang clan. That's right, no one can save you if you offend the Jiang family. The two disciples of the Jiang family shouted crazily. Lin Xian's expression was grave and stern. His gaze was like two sharp swords that pierced into their hearts. Their bodies stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. They sat on the ground like dead dogs, cold sweat flowing down their bodies like rivers. Jiang Feng glared hatefully at Lin Xian. Although he wanted to attack, he didn't have an ounce of strength. Although he only paused for a moment in the outside world, in the spiritual world, he suffered a long period of cruel torture. With a sneer, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Dongfang Xiong and Situ quickly followed behind him. Wait a moment, you two little brothers, wait a moment. At this moment, the short old man who had been silent all this time suddenly shouted. Old man, we've already given you the spirit stones. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, Why are you looking for us? It's not about money. The old man stroked his goatee and smiled evilly. This strength-testing stone was obtained from a sect with much difficulty. At that time, this old man promised them that I would definitely send them a few youths who could reach 6-star. You two are just right. Everyone rolled their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that this little old man was a swindler. That won't do. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, I'm going to join the Dragon Elephant sect. What? Dragon Elephant sect? Everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open as if they could swallow an egg. The white-clothed youth's expression was serious. Then, he used a serious gaze to size up Dongfang Xiong. The three Jiang family disciples sitting on the ground trembled. It was as if the three words Dragon Elephant sect had endless magic. The old man's eyes flashed and then looked at Dongfang Xiong with interest. It was no wonder that these people were surprised. The Dragon Elephant sect was one of the 6 major powers of the Dragon Elephant strong country. It was a peak power above everyone else. Lin Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that the seemingly simple and honest youth beside him was aiming for a peak sect. The old man narrowed his eyes. Young man, don't worry. My sect is definitely not inferior to the Dragon Elephant sect. Everyone was stunned. Not inferior to the Dragon Elephant sect. In the Dragon Elephant strong country, the only sect on the same level as the Dragon Elephant sect was the Great Flag sect. However, the Great Flag sect didn't focus on powerful physical techniques. This old man is obviously an old swindler. Everyone shook their heads. Really? I can consider it. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said. How about this? After you go with me, I guarantee that you will enter the inner sect within 3 months. The old man smiled and said, How about it? This is a green path specially opened for you. Okay, I promise you. Dongfang Xiong nodded his head. Everyone was stunned. This is also possible. AI, such a good martial arts genius, was actually cheated by an old swindler. Lin Xian wasn't too worried. Although Dongfang Xiong looked simple and honest, he had never suffered a loss before. He was definitely the type of youth who looked foolish. The old man was overjoyed. He once again turned his head to look at Lin Xian. "Young man, what about you?" Lin Xian rubbed his nose. "Many thanks for old man's good intentions. However, I cannot join your sect." "Oh, why is that?" the old man asked. "This time I came to the Dragon Star Strong country to search for a person. Furthermore, my martial arts is not in the aspect of body refinement." "Not in body refinement?" Everyone was stunned. "You already hit out 6 stars and you still say you don't specialize in body refinement. This brat wouldn't die trying to act cool, right?" "There is a possibility. Perhaps he is trying to attract the old man's attention." The short old man had a face of astonishment. However, when he recalled that Lin Xian had used his soul eye technique, he understood. Forget it. This brat might be a soul cultivator. He shook his head. Furthermore, his body refinement technique seems to be very special. "All right, since that is the case, I will not force you." After saying that, the short old man looked at Dongfang Xiong. "You can leave with me." "Hee, little brother Lin, let's meet again if fate allows." Dongfang Xiong waved towards Lin Xian and Situ Jing before leaving with the short old man. "Big brother Dongfang, what about your reward?" Situ Jing asked loudly. "I don't want it anymore." Dongfang Xiong laughed. "Let's go too." Lin Xian pulled Situ Jing and prepared to leave. Chapter 370. Brother Feng, what should we do? Are we just going to watch that brat leave? The 2 Jiang family disciples said angrily. "We're injured now, so we shouldn't act rashly. Let that brat be proud for a while. When we recover, it'll be his time to die. Let's go, you two help me up." Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and said. The 2 Jiang family disciples supported Jiang Feng and walked back to the Jiang residence shakily. Lin Xian and Situ Jing left the strength-testing stone stall and returned to the Jiang residence. At this moment, Situ Tao had already handed over the goods and received a generous reward. When he saw Lin Xian return, a smile appeared on his sallow face. "Brother Lin, you're finally back. This is your reward." Situ Tao said happily. Where's Brother Dongfang?" "He's not here." Brother Dongfang left. He even said that he didn't want the reward. Situ Jing said. After that, Lin Xian briefly explained the situation to Situ Tao, and Situ Tao quickly understood. "Forget it, it seems like Brother Dongfang has a great opportunity. We can only wish him well." Situ Tao said. "Brother Lin, what do you plan to do next?" "Me?" Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I want to meet the Jiang family's elder." Jiang family's elder? Situ Tao was stunned for a moment. "Is Brother Lin in trouble?" "To be honest, I'm here to find someone. This person might have a lot to do with the Jiang family." Lin Xian explained. "Alright, I've been handing over goods with Elder Jiang Song all year round, so I'm quite familiar with him. How about this, I'll bring you to see him tomorrow. Uncle Situ, why don't you bring me there now?" "Alright, follow me." Situ Tao saw that Lin Xian was a little anxious, so he didn't dare to delay. The 2 of them walked towards Elder Jiang Song's residence. On the other hand, when Jiang Feng and the other 2 returned to the Jiang residence with injuries, they immediately alarmed the entire Jiang residence. The disciple in charge of guarding the door was even more shocked as he rushed forward. "Brother Jiang Feng, what happened?" Who beat you up like this? Rebellion, this is rebellion. How dare someone hit a disciple of the Jiang family? Brother Feng, where is he? I'll go kill him. Jiang Feng waved his hand weakly. That kid ran away a long time ago. Help me back to recuperate. Everyone did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly helped Jiang Feng's group of 3 inside. In one of the Jiang Manor's courtyards, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian with a slight frown. Situ Tao, why did you bring a child here? Elder Jiang, I have some questions to ask, Lin Xian said slowly. Oh, you're asking me? What's the matter? A trace of surprise appeared on Elder Jiang Song's face. He had never met Lin Xian, let alone had any interactions with Lin Xian, so he was very curious about what Lin Xian wanted to ask. Elder, may I ask if there is a person called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate? Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Jiang Sanfeng. Elder Jiang Song's expression was strange. Why are you asking this? Seeing the vigilance in Elder Jiang Song's eyes, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Elder, please don't worry. I'm only here to find this person on behalf of my elders. Seeing that Lin Xian did not seem to be lying, Elder Jiang Song nodded slightly. There is indeed a person called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate, but who are you looking for? Who? Lin Xian was stunned. There were actually many people called Jiang Sanfeng. He did not expect this situation. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, the person I'm looking for is at least middle-aged. According to Old Man DK, this person was saved by him a few decades ago. Now, this person was at least 50 years old, which was why Lin Xian said this. Middle-aged? Elder Jiang Song raised his teacup. There is indeed an elder called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate. Elder, can you introduce me to him? Lin Xian's heart had a glimmer of hope. Elder Jiang Sanfeng is an elder of the Martial Skills Pavilion in the estate. He has a high position and is not someone you can meet. Elder Jiang Song refused flatly. Moreover, Elder Jiang Sanfeng has not left the Martial Skills Pavilion for many years. He can't be the person you're looking for. Lin Xian's face darkened. An elder of the Martial Skills Pavilion had a high position. It seemed that this person was very likely the person he was looking for. However, an elder with such a high position would not meet an unknown young man like him. Take this time as an example. If it was not for Situ Tao's recommendation, he would not have met Elder Jiang Song. Alright, you can leave. The Jiang clan is approaching and the estate is very busy. Don't come again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Elder Jiang Song said in a deep voice. Brother Lin, let's go. Don't disturb Elder Jiang Song, Situ Tao said softly. All right. Lin Xian sighed. There was no other way. He could only leave temporarily. However, when he turned around, he heard Elder Jiang Song's whisper. Sigh, there's not much time left. Iha still hasn't broken through, break through. Lin Xian's eyes turned. He remembered Elder Jiang Song talking about the clan meeting. If he guessed correctly, a clan meeting like this would definitely have a competition between the younger generation. The Jiang clan in Qingshan City was probably just a small branch. What Elder Jiang Song was worried about was the cultivation of the younger generation. Seems like there's a way. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around. He looked at Elder Jiang Song with a smile. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Elder Jiang Song's face darkened as he asked sternly. I heard that elders seem to be worried about the cultivation of the Jiang clan disciples. Is that true? Lin Xian asked. How dare you eavesdrop? Elder Jiang Song's eyes flashed coldly. His anger scared Situ Tao so much that he almost fell. Elder, please calm down. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just wanted to share some of Elder's worries. Worries? Do you have a way? If you want to increase your cultivation in a short period of time, I might have a way. Lin Xian's face was calm and confident. You? Elder Jiang Song showed a suspicious look. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't boast. The Jiang clan isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. Elder Jiang Song's tone carried a trace of coldness. If Lin Xian wasn't brought here by Situ Tao, he would have kicked Lin Xian out long ago. It was no wonder that Elder Jiang Song didn't believe him. Lin Xian was too young. Moreover, he looked like someone from a small country. How could someone like him have a way? Seeing Elder Jiang Song's suspicion, Lin Xian smiled. He didn't expect Elder Jiang Song to believe him so easily. However, he had plenty of ways. 3 lines Void Spirit Pill. It can allow a harmonious spirit realm martial artist to increase a small realm. I wonder if Elder Jiang Song has heard of it. Chapter 371. You know about the 3-patterned spirit void pill? Elder Jiang Song asked in a trembling voice. He looked like a completely different person from before, no longer as cold and stern as before. Of course. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. All right, Situ Tao, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with young hero Lin. Elder Jiang Song calmed himself down and said in a deep voice. After sending Situ Tao away, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian. All right, there's no one here. Tell me honestly, how do you know about the 3-patterned spirit void pill? Jiang Song asked. Not only have I heard of the 3-patterned spirit void pill, but I also know how to refine it. Lin Xian said with a smile. You know how to refine it. Elder Jiang Song was even more surprised. His eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian and sighed. Young man, don't talk too big. Otherwise, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. How would I dare to lie in front of an elder? Lin Xian said seriously. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that the Jiang family is easy to deceive. Elder Jiang Song's face suddenly darkened. He said in a deep voice, I saw this 3-patterned spirit void pill in an ancient book. Not only is it difficult to refine, but the pill recipe is said to have been lost. How would a young man like you know how to refine such a precious pill? Naturally, my master taught me. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He once again used his mysterious and powerful master to intimidate the other party. Master. Elder Jiang Song still didn't believe him. Little Xian, do as I say. I guarantee this old man will be convinced. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Elder Jiang Song and said slowly, Elder, is the evil fire in your body strong, and your spirit energy is often misplaced, so you can't calm your heart? How do you know? Elder Jiang Song was shocked. I can tell from the elder's face that he's overworked himself and is impatient. Moreover, the elder is a little impatient in his pursuit of martial arts, which caused the evil fire in his body to be unable to circulate his spirit energy smoothly. Elder Jiang Feng was shocked. What Lin Xian said was basically the same as the truth. Now, he was 70 to 80% sure that Lin Xian wouldn't have known about this if he didn't have a powerful ability. Seeing the change in Elder Jiang Song, Lin Xian smiled again. Actually, this symptom is very easy to treat. As long as Elder can relax and take the revitalization pill that I have refined, I guarantee that you will recover completely within 3 days. Really? Elder Jiang Song's face was filled with joy. The recent matters needed him too much. He couldn't let anything happen to his body at this time. I wouldn't dare to deceive an elder, Lin Xian said. Then, what about the matter of the 3-mark spirit void pill? Elder Jiang Song asked again. Of course it's true. I can concoct a 3-mark void spirit pill for the Jiang residents. However, Elder, please refer me to Senior Jiang Sanfeng. Alright, as long as you can refine the 3-mark spirit void pill, I will definitely recommend you. Elder Jiang Song patted his chest and promised. This pill was too important to their Jiang residents. It might be able to turn the situation around in the family meeting. Refining the 3-mark fish spirit void pill requires some precious spiritual herbs. How long is the Jiang family meeting? There's still a month. Is there enough time? Elder Jiang Song was nervous. Almost. As long as the herbs are gathered, I will only need 2 or 3 days to refine it. Next, Lin Xian took out a pen and paper and began to list the required medicinal pills. Soon, he handed the paper over. These are the herbs that the spiritual apothecary needs to refine the 3-mark spirit void pill. Senior, please hurry up. The following herbs are to help you get rid of the evil fire in your body. The required herbs are still here, Lin Xian said. Elder Jiang Song skimmed through it and found that the 3-mark spirit void pill was indeed some precious herbs. He was in charge of the family business all year round and had some understanding of medicinal pills. Therefore, he could roughly see that Lin Xian's herbs were not written casually. They contained a certain pharmacology. Young hero Lin, don't worry. I will arrange for people to gather them quickly. Please stay in the Jiang residence for a few days. Good. I will wait for the herbs to arrive. After that, Lin Xian left. When he returned to his residence, the father and son, Situ Tao and Situ Jing, had already left. They were here to deliver the goods. Naturally, they could stay in the Jiang residence for a long time. After resting for a short while, a servant came over and led Lin Xian to a quiet and secluded courtyard. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Jiang residence with peace of mind. During this time, he concentrated on studying martial arts and waited patiently. Half a month later, a servant dressed in a green robe and a small hat came to pass a message, inviting Lin Xian to meet Elder Jiang Song. It's ready so quickly. It seems like the Jiang residence has some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. Then, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He had filled in the number of spiritual herbs for 3 batches. Firstly, it was to ensure the success rate. Secondly, he needed one for himself to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. With this 3 marks void spirit pill, he could shorten the time needed to break through by a few months. This way, he could have more time to comprehend the martial arts concept. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Xian followed the servant with a smile. The huge Jiang residence was like a maze. Lin Xian walked along the long corridor, constantly looking around. Pavilions, terraces, mountains, and waterfalls. The disorder was picturesque, pleasing to the eye. It's you. Suddenly, a surprised voice came, followed by a furious shout. His voice was laced with a thick sense of hatred. Lin Xian turned his head and saw 2 well-dressed disciples standing not far from him. Their faces were ferocious. These 2 people were the 2 young men who had followed Jiang Feng back then. Brat, you dare to come to the Jiang residence and behave atrociously. You must be tired of waiting. This time, even the gods can't save you. The 2 of them sneered. Go and inform Brother Feng. This time, we must kill him. Beside them, the servant in green clothes and small hat wanted to explain, but the young man left in a hurry. The remaining one sneered and stared at Lin Xian. To be honest, Killing you in the Jiang residence is as easy as killing an ant. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. His identity was different now, so he wasn't afraid of these disciples. However, the servant in green clothes beside him was nervous. He said anxiously, "Young hero Lin is, bullshit young hero Lin. Shut up, you have no right to speak here." The young man emitted a terrifying aura. The servant in green clothes didn't dare to speak. The one who spoke was called Jiang Dong. He had killed several servants in the past. "Where is that little bastard?" A loud shout came. Then, a purple figure landed on the ground like lightning. It was Jiang Feng. Other than him, there were 4 or 5 disciples of the Jiang family behind him. Suddenly, they surrounded the corridor. This grand scene immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby. There were servants, maids, and other disciples of the Jiang family. Chapter 372. Who are you calling, little bastard? Lin Xian said with a smile. The little bastard is calling you, Jiang Feng said through gritted teeth. As soon as he said that, the nearby disciples who were watching the show burst into laughter. The servants were also trying their best to hold back their laughter. Jiang Feng instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. His face darkened and became ferocious. Kid, you still dare to play tricks when you're at death's door. I'll cut off your tongue and chop it into 18 pieces. I'm warning you, I'm now an honored guest of the Jiang mansion. You'd better not provoke me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences, Lin Xian said slowly. Honored guest. Jiang Feng sneered, how can a country bumpkin like you be an honored guest? You're even worse than a servant in the mansion. That's right, I think you must have lied to the Jiang family. Today, I'll execute you on the spot to prevent you from lying to others in the future. The nearby Jiang family disciples also sneered. In their opinion, how could a country bumpkin like Lin Xian have any connection with the Jiang family? Seeing the expressions of the Jiang family disciples, the servant in green was about to cry. Before they came here, Elder Jiang Song had repeatedly instructed them to serve Lin Xian well. From his words, it could be seen that Lin Xian was definitely an honored guest, or at least an honored guest of Elder Jiang Song. If something were to happen to Lin Xian, he would definitely be the one to suffer. The servant in green rolled his eyes. He could sneak away when no one was paying attention. Everyone present had their eyes on Lin Xian, and no one paid attention to the servant. Kid, I'll break your limbs first and cripple your martial arts. I'll let you live like a dog. Jiang Feng condensed a terrifying aura and walked forward step by step. The surrounding disciples also drew their shiny weapons and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul was powerful. He had already sensed a powerful aura coming, so he was not afraid at all. Sure enough, just as Jiang Feng and the others drew their weapons, an angry shout was heard. Stop! This voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding above the long corridor, causing the surrounding disciples' eardrums to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Apart from Lin Xian, everyone else channeled their spiritual energy to resist the impact of the sound waves. When they successfully resisted the sound waves and looked ahead, their expressions changed drastically. In the long corridor, an old figure had appeared out of nowhere, exuding a frightening aura. Elder Jiang Song. Everyone was surprised. They couldn't figure out why Elder Jiang Song would come here. Elder, you've come at the right time. This brat has deceived the Jiang family time and time again and even injured the foundation of the Jiang family. Today, we must tear him into pieces. Yes, we must kill him. They were all brought here by Jiang Feng, and at this moment, they were all glaring at Lin Xian. A bunch of trash. Instead of practicing martial arts properly, you only know how to bully others. Now, hurry up and get lost. Elder Jiang Song shouted coldly. What? Everyone was stunned, seemingly not expecting Elder Jiang Song to berate them. They were the disciples of the Jiang family. Lin Xian was the outsider who had offended them. Why? Elder, were you deceived by this brat's words? He's a liar. Don't believe his words. Jiang Feng and the rest shouted frantically. What else do you want to say? Do I need you to teach me my business? Elder Jiang Song's face darkened as he looked coldly at Jiang Feng and the rest. These disciples were too abominable. It was fine if they were outside, but now, they dared to touch his guest. If they hurt Lin Xian, he was afraid that his 3-mark spirit void elixir would be ruined. A powerful aura filled the air like a huge mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. If it weren't for the fact that the family meeting is about to begin, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Now, hurry up and get lost. The group was afraid and all of them left with their tails between their legs. Jiang Feng's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth and retreat. He knew that if he angered the elder at this juncture, the consequences would be severe. I don't know what he said to make the elder believe him so much. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, his heart going crazy. After seeing everyone leave, Elder Jiang Song smiled and said, Young hero Lin, please don't take offense. These disciples have been spoiled. It's fine. Lin Xian smiled. He naturally wouldn't lower himself to their level. If he really wanted to fight, he was confident that he could get rid of these people within 3 moves. Are the herbs ready? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Young hero Lin, please follow me. Under Elder Jiang Tao's lead, Lin Xian came to a magnificent hall. Looking at the table full of herbs, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Young hero Lin, take a look and see if these herbs are enough. Elder Jiang Tao asked. Looking around, Lin Xian immediately had an answer. As expected of the Jiang manor, to be able to gather so many precious herbs in such a short time. Hee hee. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Elder Jiang Tao laughed. Then when can young hero Lin start? Recently, I feel that the circulation of my spiritual energy is becoming more and more difficult. I can start now. Lin Xian said. Elder, don't worry. I will help you refine the clear pill first. In fact, Lin Xian had planned to refine the clear pill first. After all, the herbs needed for the 3-mark spirit void pill were extremely precious. Before he showed his strength, Elder Jiang Tao probably wouldn't let him refine it easily. This could be seen from the order of the herbs on the table. The herbs for the clear pill were placed at the front, and the herbs for the 3-mark spirit void pill were placed in the corner. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Elder Jiang Tao nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. Young hero Lin, please wait a moment. I will prepare a good alchemy room for you. While Elder Jiang Tao was preparing these things, Jiang Feng and the others found another handsome youth. Cousin, you have to uphold justice for me. Jiang Feng cried. The youth was sitting cross-legged on the bed. When he heard Jiang Feng's cries, he opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the void like a sword and a saber. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The youth's tone was cold. Thus, Jiang Feng told him everything about Lin Xian. In the process, he had even exaggerated and painted Lin Feng as a heinous villain. Cousin, I don't know what method Lin Xian used to bewitch Elder Jiang Tao. I'm afraid that he will do something bad to the Jiang residents. You have to stop him. Jiang Feng's cousin, the cold youth, was called Jiang Jian. His status was much higher than Jiang Feng's. Moreover, his grandfather was an elder of the Jiang residence. Don't worry. No one can behave atrociously in Jiangsu, and no one can bewitch an elder of the Jiang family. Jiang Jian said coldly. In the main hall of the Jiang residence, Lin Xian was sitting on a red chair, drinking high-quality spiritual tea as he waited quietly. Chapter 373. I heard that Elder Jiang Tao has invited an alchemist. I'd like to meet him. A loud voice came from outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly and turned to look. There were 3 middle-aged men standing at the door. The one in front had a fat head and big ears. The other 2 were middle-aged men in alchemy robes with dark eyes. Alchemist. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he felt the soul fluctuations from the 2 men. The fat middle-aged man swaggered in. After calling out to Jiang Song, he stared at Lin Xian. You're the alchemist that Jiang Song invited? The fat middle-aged man asked suspiciously. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded. He looks rather young. Has old man Jiang Song been blinded by lard? Why did he find such a kid? Do I need you to teach me who I find? Elder Jiang Tao's voice came with a hint of anger. Elder Jiang Song, I don't want to criticize you, but this kid is too young. He looks unreliable. The fat on the middle-aged man's body shook. That's right, Elder Jiang Song. Alchemists need not only strong soul power, but also experience. This kid looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. How many years can he have practiced alchemy? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a long face. His name was Gao Qing, and he was also an alchemist. Not only that, but he was also a guest elder of the Jiang residence. He usually refined alchemy for the Jiang residence. The middle-aged fatty swept his gaze across the table. When he saw the herbs on the table, his eyes were like eggs. They instantly widened to the size of a bowl. 6th grade spiritual herbs. Several of them. Elder Jiang Song, are you crazy? The fat middle-aged man screamed. The 2 middle-aged men behind him were also surprised. 6 bottles of spiritual herbs were expensive and rare. What's more, they even found 3 7th-ranked spiritual medicines. Grade 7 spirit herbs were extremely rare and precious medicinal herbs. Even the 2 of them had never personally refined one before. Elder Jiang Song, I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, you'll waste 3 7th-grade spiritual herbs. This will be a great loss to the Jiang residents. That's right, Elder Jiang Song. What kind of pill do you want to refine? You can leave it to us. Another famous alchemist, Sun Di, said. You guys. Lin Xian smiled. Do you guys know how to concoct pills that can increase a harmonious spirit realm warrior's level? In fact, he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. These 3 people had mocked and ridiculed him as soon as they arrived, completely disregarding him. He was obviously here to pick a fight. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hold back in his words. A pill that can increase the level of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? The 3 of them gasped. The middle-aged fatty looked surprised, but the 2 alchemists behind him were shocked. Both of them were 3rd-grade alchemists, so they naturally knew how precious the pills that could help a harmonious spirit realm cultivator were. This kind of pill recipe was not something that an ordinary Tier 3 alchemist like them could master. However, to say that Lin Xian could master this kind of pill formula, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. Brat, we don't even know how to concoct this kind of medicinal pill. You dare to boast like this? That's right, we've been concocting pills for dozens of years, but we still haven't mastered this kind of pill formula. How could a brat like you master this kind of thing? Elder Jiang Song, don't be fooled by him. I think this brat is here to cheat us of our elixirs. The middle-aged fatty snorted. Truly a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Lin Xian smiled coldly. What did you say? The two alchemists were furious. The middle-aged fatty's face was also gloomy, and his eyes were cold. However, when he saw Lin Xian's expression, his nervous heart calmed down. Lin Xian sat back down on the red chair and slowly tasted the spirit tea with a calm and collected look on his face. Obviously, he did not care about this competition at all. If he did not have great confidence in his own strength, it was impossible for him to have such a performance. Stop pretending. Let's see if you still have the face to sit here after I concoct the pills. The two alchemists laughed sinisterly. This place is too small. Let's go to the alchemy platform, the middle-aged fatty said. Alchemy platform. Lin Xian had a puzzled expression. The alchemy platform is an open-air alchemy venue. Some of the alchemy masters in the residence often concoct pills in public there. Sometimes, they even give lectures, Elder Jiang Song explained. So that's how it is. Concocting pills in public. Seems like this guy wants to embarrass me on the spot. Chapter 374. Standing up, Lin Xian calmly followed the three of them to the alchemy platform. There was a square platform in an open space in the north of the Jiang residence. It was about 1 meter tall and 10 meters long and wide. It was wide enough for more than a dozen people to refine pills. Many Jiang family disciples had already gathered in front of the alchemy platform. Jiang Feng and the others stood in the front row and sneered. Beside them stood a cold-looking young man. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Elder Jiang Song's gaze was gloomy, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This was clearly designed to deal with Lin Xian. First, it was a provocation. Then, it was refining pills in a public place. Even the audience was here. Needless to say, the goal was to embarrass Lin Xian in front of everyone and cripple his cultivation. Now, I can only hope that Lin Xian can win. Elder Jiang Song sighed. He was worried for Lin Xian, but he was also worried for himself. If Lin Xian failed, he would probably be attacked as an elder by the middle-aged fatty side. His opponents might even pull him down from his position as an elder. Young hero Lin, I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as refining pills. It might involve the power struggle of the Jiang residents. But don't worry. You just need to focus on refining pills. Leave everything else to me. Elder Jiang Song transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He understood. The middle-aged fatty and Elder Jiang Song were not from the same faction, and Elder Jiang Song's position was too lucrative, causing many people to be jealous. There would definitely be many people who wanted to pull him down. In this competition, crippling Lin Xian was a small matter. Getting rid of Elder Jiang Song was the most important thing. Everyone, an unknown young man appeared in the Jiang residence recently. He claimed to be an alchemist. Elder Jiang Song purchased a large amount of precious spirit herbs for him to refine pills. Obviously, Elder Jiang Song was deceived. Or rather, he has some secrets. In order to expose this young man who deceived the Jiang residents, we specially held an alchemy competition here. If this young man can win, it means that Elder Jiang Song has a good eye for talent. If he can't, then he is after the Jiang family's resources. You should know what to do with the enemies of the Jiang family, right? The middle-aged fatty said coldly. The surrounding Jiang family's disciples were in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to target the Jiang family. If he's a fake, I'll let him know the consequences of deceiving the Jiang family. many disciples said with killing intent. Many people looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly gazes as they discussed among themselves. Obviously, the middle-aged fatty's words had worked. The two alchemists sneered. This scene was exactly what they wanted. Moreover, the two of them did not attach any importance to him at all. In their eyes, what kind of ability could a little brat have? Lin Xian deeply despised such petty tricks, but since they wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Xian, an alchemist. This time, Elder Jiang Song invited me here because he wants me to refine a harmonious spirit Dan. The reason is that the Great Clan Assembly is approaching. Elder Jiang Song wants the younger generation to perform better in the assembly, so he asked me to refine a Dan. However, some people want to stop this for their own selfish desires. Nonsense. The middle-aged fatty shouted coldly. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know after the competition. Lin Xian shrugged. Beside him, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. In his heart, his impression of Lin Xian improved greatly. You can talk about this nonsense after you've refined a top-notch medicinal pill. The two alchemists sneered and quickly came to the center of the stage. Their robes fluttered as their bodies glowed. With a wave of their sleeves, two exquisite cauldrons appeared in front of them. The two exquisite cauldrons floated in the air, emitting a faint light. The two alchemists waved their sleeves, and dozens of spiritual herbs flew out and entered the cauldrons. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the two's proficient and experienced movements. To be honest, the two alchemists were above average among the third-grade alchemists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the guest elders of the Jiang Manor. However, compared to Lin Xian, their strength was far from enough. The surrounding Jiang family disciples cheered when they saw the two alchemists begin to refine a Dan. Why isn't that little one refining? Is he scared silly? Of course, he's so young. He definitely doesn't know how to refine a Dan. He probably doesn't even have a cauldron. The disciple beside Jiang Feng sneered. Under everyone's suspicious gaze, Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the herbs that Elder Jiang Song had prepared for him. With a flick of his finger, he drew mysterious inscriptions in the void. No way, there's really a cauldron. Fuck, how can he refine a Dan without a cauldron? This kid must be messing with us. The disciple beside Jiang Feng shouted angrily. This is the troublesome kid you were talking about? Jiang Jian looked at Lin Xian and sneered disdainfully. Yes, cousin. I've told you that the kid is a liar, but Elder Jiang Song didn't believe me. When he fails to refine a Dan, we'll destroy his cultivation and throw him out. Jiang Jian spoke as if it was a very normal thing. However, in the Linggu continent, destroying a martial artist's cultivation was worse than death. Don't worry, cousin. I know what to do. Jiang Feng sneered. The two third-grade alchemists laughed hysterically when they saw Lin Xian refining a Dan with his bare hands. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen anyone who dared to refine a Dan with his bare hands. This kid is trying to be mysterious again. He's dead meat this time. The two of them sneered in their hearts. Elder Jiang Song's eyes were filled with worry. He had never heard of refining a Dan with his bare hands, but seeing Lin Xian's calm appearance, it did not seem like he was faking it. Forget it, we can only wait patiently. He chose to believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian calmed himself down and ignored the discussion outside. His fingers danced like elves as he quickly extracted the herbs. His speed and agility were not inferior to the two third-grade alchemists beside him. What? He's really refining a Dan. No way, there's actually someone who can refine a Dan with his bare hands. The surrounding disciples of the general family exclaimed. This scene was too shocking. It was simply a spectacle. The two third-grade alchemists' eyelids twitched when they saw this scene. This is impossible. Where did this kid come from? How can he refine a Dan with his bare hands? Could it be that we've misjudged him? Could this kid have an extraordinary background? Don't panic. Even if he can refine a Dan with his bare hands, the grade of his Dan is definitely not as high as ours. The two of them whispered. As long as we stay calm and refine the spirit-cleansing pill, we'll definitely win. The two of them regained their composure. Below, Jiang Feng's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Jiang Jian stood with his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Interesting. He could refine a Dan with his bare hands. He began to have some interest in Lin Xian, but that was it. Time flew by, and the three alchemists on the stone platform finished refining one after another. Chapter 375. The first one to finish was Lin Xian. What's the point of refining first? The elixir pill is a competition of quality, not speed. The two Jiang family alchemists snorted coldly. However, their expressions were gloomy. It was obvious that their hatred for Lin Xian had deepened. Elder, we have refined a superior third-grade elixir pill, the two of them whispered to the middle-aged fatty. The middle-aged fatty nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the result. A superior third-grade elixir pill. I've won this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xian proudly. A superior third-grade elixir pill. I've won this time. Not only can I kill this kid, but I can also drag Jiang Song down with me. Thinking of this, the middle-aged fatty's face was filled with pride. Not far away, Jiang Song was shocked when he saw the sinister smile on the fatty's face. Am I going to lose? He felt a little uneasy. The refining of the elixir pill is complete. Let's compete next. For the sake of fairness, I've invited the third elder of the family to appraise it. He's an alchemy master, and he's very fair. Everyone should know that, the middle-aged fatty said loudly. It's the third elder. He's a fourth-grade alchemist. The surrounding disciples exclaimed. They usually didn't see the third elder, so they didn't expect to see him here. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, an old man with a long beard appeared on the stage. He was in a white robe, and his beard was so long that it reached his chest. His old face was imposing, and there was a faint aura of suppression around him. Lin Xian felt a strong soul power from the old man. It seemed that he wasn't any weaker than D. Quebec, as expected of the Dragon Star Kingdom. An elder from the Green Mountain City is not weaker than a top alchemy master from the Sky Mountain Kingdom, Lin Xian exclaimed. All right, take out your elixir pills, the third elder said in a deep voice. The two third-grade alchemists quickly opened their palms and displayed the elixir pills in their hands. Azure Spirit Pill, superior third-grade elixir pill. It's used to treat the evil fire in the body and clears the mind. Third elder, please examine it. Hearing that, the Jiang family's third elder waved his arm, and the two green elixirs flew into his hand. The third elder nodded his head lightly. That's right. It's indeed a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill. It's not bad to be able to get it in one go. The middle-aged fatty and the two alchemists smiled. It was not easy to gain the approval of the third elder. One had to know that the third elder rarely praised people. Elder Jiang Song, where are your medicinal pills? The middle-aged fatty laughed sinisterly. The surrounding Jiang family disciples also revealed curious expressions. They wanted to know the grade of the elixir that Lin Xian had refined with his bare hands. Looking at him, it's already good enough that he managed to create it. And he wants it to have a rank effect. He must be dreaming. Jiang Feng smiled coldly. Third elder, this is the pill I refined. Please take a look. Lin Xian flicked the pill in his hand. The third elder turned his hand, and when he opened it again, there was a dark green pill in his hand. He looked at it and suddenly revealed a surprised expression. It's a top-grade pill. The third elder's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he examined it again. The surrounding Jiang family disciples also exclaimed after hearing that. The middle-aged fatty and the two alchemists frowned slightly, revealing an uncertain expression. A superior grade second-grade medicinal pill. No matter how good it is, it can't be compared to a grade third-grade medicinal pill. It's not easy to refine a superior grade second-grade medicinal pill at such a young age. However, he's still far from being comparable to us. The two alchemists nodded and commented. The third elder did not say what grade the pill was. However, according to the two alchemists' speculation, it was already extremely shocking that Lin Xian could refine a grade second-grade medicinal pill. As for a grade third-grade medicinal pill, that was absolutely impossible. That's right, a top-grade pill. It's indeed a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill, Huanqing pill, the third elder said slowly. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone. What? A superior grade third-grade medicinal pill? The middle-aged fatty almost bit off his tongue. The two grade third-grade alchemists beside him also trembled, revealing a terrified expression. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. He's just an unknown brat. How could he refine a grade third-grade medicinal pill? Moreover, it's a superior grade medicinal pill. The two alchemists kept shaking their heads. On the other hand, Jiang Feng and the other disciples' faces turned pale with fear. A person who could refine a grade third-grade medicinal pill was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Jiang Jian frowned slightly. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. On the elixir platform, Elder Jiang Song was also shocked. He originally thought that Lin Xian had lost, but he did not expect such an outcome. Third elder, are you sure you're not mistaken? The middle-aged fatty stuttered. Ha! The third elder's face darkened slightly. Are you doubting me? No. How would we dare to doubt you? Everyone knows that the third elder's husband is selfless. The third elder ignored the middle-aged fatty and the others. He said in a clear voice, the result of the competition is clear. This young hero Lin Xian has refined a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill. Its effect is far better than a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They never thought that this young man who was younger than them was actually a master alchemist. The middle-aged fatty and the others' faces darkened as they stood there with uncertain gazes. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Lin Xian and Elder Song Tao, but they did not expect such an outcome. This was completely different from what they had planned. Jiang Feng and the other disciples' faces were ashen. They knew the consequences of offending a master alchemist. It was very serious. Jiang Jian coldly snorted. This result was out of his expectations, and it caused him to feel a trace of anger. However, he could not flare up in front of the third elder. Although this young hero Lin has refined a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill, it's still a bit difficult to refine a spirit harmonious realm medicinal pill. Why don't we let this young hero give the recipe to the third elder and let you refine it? Wouldn't the success rate be much higher? The middle-aged fatty lowered his head and said. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and his eyes emitted a sharp sword light. This damn fatty dared to have ideas about his recipe. This made him want to kill him. At the same time, He looked at the third elder and prepared to escape at any time. If the third elder really wanted to attack, he would use the blood escape technique of the Black Cloak. Coupled with the Black Cloak's other secret techniques, he was confident that he could escape from the third elder and the others. After hearing this, the third elder's eyes suddenly became sharp and he coldly looked at the middle-aged fatty. The spirit chi in the sky fluctuated like boiling water. A huge pressure appeared out of thin air above the middle-aged fatty and the others. It was as if a pair of invisible hands suddenly pressed down on them. Third elder, please calm down. The middle-aged fatty and the others were terrified and kept begging for mercy. Do you know the significance of a recipe to a master alchemist? I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to say something like this again, I'll kill you on the spot. Get out of here and don't make a fool of yourself. The third elder waved his sleeve and sent the middle-aged man and the two master alchemists behind him flying. Chapter 376. Young hero Lin, please don't mind. These people are not alchemists, so they don't know the importance of the pill formula. Please don't worry, young hero Lin. This old man will definitely not have any designs on your pill formula. This old man can still keep his word. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He could sense from the other party's soul fluctuations that the other party was not a treacherous villain, but a true alchemy master. In an instant, Lin Xian's identity underwent a shocking reversal. He was originally thought of as a little cheat of resources, but now, he had become a VIP that everyone respected. Young hero Lin, this way please, third elder said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian entered the superior room that had been prepared and began to refine the 3-mark Spirit Void pill. 3 days later, he walked out with a satisfied smile on his face. How was it? Elder Jiang Song and the rest had been waiting outside for a long time. Now that they saw Lin Xian come out, they could not wait to welcome him. There was no choice. The 3-mark Void Spirit Pill was too important. It was related to their results in the clan competition this time. They could not help but be nervous. Not bad. 3 sets of herbs and I refined 2 pills, Lin Xian said slowly. Elder Jiang Song and the rest cheered, but third elder at the side revealed a look of surprise. He had heard of the difficulty of refining the 3-mark Void Spirit Pill. Lin Xian's success rate was actually so high. This was too shocking. Seeing everyone's anxious eyes, Lin Xian took out 2 small white bottles. This is the 3-mark Void Spirit Pill. One is of normal grade with only 1 mark on it. The other one is of high quality. It has 2 pill veins. Finished speaking, Lin Xian handed it over. As for how the pills were to be distributed, it was none of his business. Third elder took the pill bottle and quickly checked it. Soon, he revealed a satisfied expression. Young hero Lin has worked hard. We have already prepared a room for you. Hurry and rest. As for the matter of meeting the 3rd peak elder, don't worry. This is no problem. You will definitely meet him. Third elder promised. With third elder's guarantee, Lin Xian was even more relieved. He knew that third elder's position in the clan far surpassed elder Jiang Tao's. Since he had spoken, he would definitely be able to see Jiang Sanfeng. After returning to the room that the Jiang residents had prepared for him, Lin Xian rested for a while. Half a day later, her body recovered to its peak condition. Lin Xian's expression turned solemn as he set up a defensive formation around them. With a flip of his palm, he took out another small white porcelain bottle. A pure white pill was poured out from the bottle. There were 3 colorful stone patterns on it. In fact, out of the 3 sets of materials, Lin Xian had only refined 2 sets. The last set was the best grade 3 vein Void Spirit Pill refined by Wine Lord. Lin Xian planned to use this pill to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. After adjusting his soul and body to their peak state, Lin Xian didn't delay. He quickly swallowed the 3-mark spirit void pill. Immediately, the green vortex in her body spun rapidly and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Just as Lin Xian was trying to break through, the Jiang residence outside was in an uproar. The news that Lin Xian had refined the 3-mark spirit void pill had spread throughout the Jiang residence. All the young disciples of the Jiang residence were excited. This was a legendary pill that could increase one's cultivation level by a small level. If they could get it, they could save a few years of cultivation time. However, the ordinary disciples could only be envious. They didn't have the chance to take the pill. Only 2 or 3 people were qualified to take it. In the main hall of the Jiang residence, dozens of elders and 4 or 5 young disciples were gathered. Sitting in the middle was the patriarch of the Jiang residence. Below him sat several elders with different expressions. Among them, Elder Jiang Song and 3rd elder were among them. There was also an elder with a hooked nose. His expression was somewhat gloomy as he sat there silently. He was Jiang Jian's grandfather, Jiang Sihai. There were 4 young disciples standing in the main hall. The one on the left had a sharp gaze. It was Jiang Jian. In front of him, there was a handsome young man wearing a black robe with a smile on his face. This young man was the number 1 genius disciple of the Jiang residence, Jiang Yihe. As for the remaining 2 disciples, one was a slightly plump young man, and the other was a beautiful woman. These 4 people were all geniuses of the Jiang residence. They were also the main fighting force in the clan meeting. I'm sure you've heard about the pill. We've decided to give one to Jiang Yihe. As for the remaining one, the strongest among the 3 of you will get it, the patriarch said slowly. Hearing this, Jiang Jian frowned slightly. The sharpness in his eyes intensified. In front of him, Jiang Yihe breathed a sigh of relief. His expression became relaxed. Patriarch, isn't this allocation a bit inappropriate? Jiang Sihai said in a deep voice. Obviously, he wasn't satisfied with this decision. Yihe is the most talented disciple in the family. His cultivation is also the highest. Letting him break through again will be very beneficial for the clan meeting. The patriarch said slowly, this is all for the family. If you're really thinking for the family, then you should let Yihe participate in the competition. I don't deny Yihe's talent. Moreover, his cultivation is indeed the highest. However, strength is a comprehensive representation of a martial artist. Jiang Jian has recently made a breakthrough in the sword Dao. I'm sure his strength won't be weaker than Yihe. Hearing Jiang Sihai's words, the elders were slightly surprised. They all looked at Jiang Jian in the middle of the field. Peak early harmonious spirit realm strength and solid sword chi. Not bad, not bad. The patriarch of the Jiang family nodded slightly. Jiang Jian is not bad, but there is still a gap between him and Yihe. You should know that the gap between early and mid-harmonious spirit realm is not small. We'll know whether there is a gap or not after the competition. Jiang Sihai didn't back down. There was a reason for him to do this. Because if he didn't fight for it, then the 2-mark void spirit pill would definitely be Jiang He's. At that time, even if Jiang Jian won, he would only get a 1-mark void spirit pill. The effect of a 2-mark void spirit pill was much better than a 1-mark void spirit pill. That's why Jiang Sihai fought so hard for Jiang Jian. Since Patriarch Sihai insists, then I'll participate in the competition. Jiang Yihe said, I'll use my strength to get the 2-mark void spirit pill. His words carried a strong sense of confidence. Alright, then everyone will participate in the competition. The first place will get the 2-mark void spirit pill. The patriarch of the Jiang family said. He was also confident in Jiang He. Humph, the 2-mark void spirit pill will be mine. Jiang Jian said coldly. His body overflowed with a sharp sword chi. Jiang Yi hath smiled faintly, we'll know whether it's yours or not after the competition. Let's go, let me see your recent progress. Jiang Yi had took the lead and walked out. Suddenly, a group of people walked towards the martial stage in the mansion. When the ordinary disciples outside heard about this, they were all excited and followed behind him. This was a competition between the geniuses of the mansion. It was absolutely exciting. They didn't want to miss it. Chapter 377. A huge whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, quickly absorbing the surrounding spirit energy, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. A powerful pressure appeared out of nowhere, as if a ferocious dragon was roaring, circling in the sky. Everyone was shocked, feeling a tremor from their soul. The Jiang family head and the others' faces changed, they quickly flew up and stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Jiang Jian and the other genius disciples were also shocked. However, the strange phenomenon in the sky only existed for a few breaths, then it quickly disappeared. In the sky, the huge spirit energy whirlpool also slowly dissipated, and the sky became clear again. What happened? Is there a martial expert in our Jiang family? The family head asked doubtfully. It seems like someone is breaking through. Jiang Sihai frowned. The third elder and elder king Jiang Song both looked to the west, their expressions were uncertain. Could it be? The two of them thought of Lin Xian. Impossible. The two of them shook their heads. Lin Xian's spirit energy was strong, but his cultivation was ordinary. It was impossible for him to cause such a big commotion. Let's go and see. With such a big thing happening, the elders couldn't just ignore it, and the group of people quickly rushed to the west. In the room, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Slightly clenching his fist, the surrounding spirit energy quickly gathered with his movement. Is this the power of the harmonious spirit realm? Too strong. Lin Xian was happy. Not long ago, he swallowed the 3-mark void spirit pill, and finally entered the harmonious spirit realm. If you don't enter the harmonious spirit realm, you will always be an ant. This sentence was not wrong. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, one could control the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The power of martial techniques increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, during a battle, a harmonious spirit realm martial artist could quickly absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to replenish their energy. Finally, I entered the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian exhaled a breath of relief. Only after entering the harmonious spirit realm could one enter the sacred true dragon gathering, and now Lin Xian had this qualification. Next, he just needed to find Jiang Sanfeng and get a spot, then he could participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. Someone's here. Lin Xian sensed with his soul consciousness that several powerful forces were rapidly approaching. He was very familiar with the auras of two of them. They were Elder Jiang Song and the third elder. Lin Xian was puzzled. He quickly pushed open the door and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was stunned. There were more than 10 people standing in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura, and their gazes were constantly scanning the place where he was. All of a sudden, Lin Xian became nervous. Even though he had broken through to the harmonious spirit realm, he still felt pressured when facing so many warriors of the same level. However, these people didn't seem to be here to capture him. Third elder, what are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Young hero Lin, were there any experts here just now? The third elder quickly asked. Expert? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Kid, it's the phenomenon of your breakthrough that alarmed them, Wine Lord transmitted. Hearing this, Lin Xian slightly frowned. Just now, there was a huge spirit energy whirlpool and an azure dragon phantom. We guessed that there might be an expert nearby. Just now, when I was in the house, I did feel an obscure and powerful aura. However, it disappeared in an instant. As for whether it's the expert you're looking for, I don't know. Lin Xian lied. He didn't want to expose his strength, and even more so, didn't want to attract too much attention from others. Above, more than 10 gazes fell on Lin Xian's body. They were constantly sensing. Lin Xian felt pressured. He quickly hid his cultivation and secretly activated the Black Cloak's ability. He only showed a half-step harmonious spirit cultivation. Half-step harmonious spirit, it's not him. The elders revealed a disappointed expression. The third elder and Elder Jiang Song breathed a sigh of relief. If the phenomenon just now was really caused by Lin Xian, then it was too terrifying. Oh right, let me introduce you. These are the elders of the Jiang mansion. This is the patriarch of the Jiang family. Elder Jiang Song said. Greetings, seniors. Lin Xian slightly bowed. Patriarch, everyone, this young hero Lin is the third-grade alchemist who concocted the Void Spirit Pill. Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian again, but this time, it was full of curiosity and bewilderment. The patriarch of the Jiang family chuckled, young hero Lin is really a young genius. You can actually concoct such a strange pill. This time, you've really helped the Jiang mansion a lot. This old man thanks you. You're too polite, senior. Lin Xian smiled. Well, it's fine. Maybe it's just an expert passing by. Let's go to the battle martial stage. Battle martial stage. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. It's about the distribution of the pills. Young hero Lin, are you interested in watching the battle? The third elder smiled. He had a very good impression of Lin Xian. After all, he was very willing to befriend this kind of alchemy genius. It's my pleasure. Lin Xian smiled. This was a good opportunity to understand the strength of the geniuses of the Dragon Star Strong country. Lin Xian didn't want to let it go. After all, he was going to compete for a spot in the sacred True Dragon Gathering. Along the way, Lin Xian found out that there were only 4 geniuses competing for the Void Spirit Pill. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe. Both of them were top geniuses. One of them had reached the mid-harmonious spirit realm. The other had a superb sword art and a powerful sword technique. The target that the two of them were fighting over was precisely that 2-mark Void Spirit Pill. The 4 of them took turns to fight and the final winner would get the 2-mark Void Spirit Pill. The rules were simple and the goal was clear, but everyone knew that it would definitely be an exciting battle. Lin Xian followed the third elder and the others to the spectator stage. He silently sized up the 4 geniuses. The first battle was between Jiang Jian and the chubby youth, Jiang Yuan. I said, you better give up or don't blame my sword for being merciless. Even when facing a fellow disciple, Jiang Jian still had a cold expression. Isn't Jiang Jian a bit too arrogant? Jiang Yuan is one of the 4 geniuses of the Jiang mansion. How can he give up? The audience was discussing. Lin Xian circulated his soul power to sense the 2 geniuses' strength. Early harmonious spirit realm. Their cultivations are about the same. One of them has a sharp attack while the other focuses on defense. Lin Xian whispered. The chubby youth, Jiang Yuan, had a serious expression. If you want me to give up, then show me what you've got. He quickly condensed a yellow-colored defense in front of him, forming a thick armor. His arms shook and condensed into 2 mountains that fell down. Boom! The arena shook and a powerful airflow rushed out. The surrounding disciples felt a strong pressure. At this moment, Jiang Yuan condensed a stone-like armor on his body. He held the two mountains in his hands and attacked Jiang Jian. "It's useless." Jiang Jian sneered. The silver longsword was unsheathed, forming countless silver rays in the air. Each ray of light contained a powerful energy that was enough to shatter everything. The sword light swept down and the chubby youth's yellow armor shattered. His body was also sent flying. A line of blood appeared on his abdomen. Droplets of blood kept flowing out. Chapter 378. As one of the four geniuses of the Jiang family, his strength was not to be underestimated. A few months ago, he was on par with Jiang Jian, but now, he was defeated with a single sword strike. With a bitter smile, the fat youth walked down the stage in disappointment. The Jiang family's disciples who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. This result was beyond their expectations. The beautiful girl Jiang Xan looked dignified. She was also one of the four geniuses, but she did not see the trajectory of the silver sword light. What a terrifying sword technique. It seems that Jiang Jian's strength has improved tremendously. I wonder how he compares to Jiang Yi. Humph, Jian only showed a little of his strength. He is really powerful. You have not seen it yet. Jiang Si said proudly. Jiang Xan vs Jiang Jian. In the next match, the beautiful girl Jiang Xan was also sent flying by a single sword strike. Jiang Jian's strength was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Jiang Jian's strength was too terrifying. It was far beyond the other two. Perhaps only Jiang Yi could subdue him. They were looking forward to the battle between the two. Many disciples were looking forward to it. Jiang Yi's strength was unquestionable. His palms were filled with snowflakes, and he easily defeated the pudgy youth and the beautiful girl. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xan's faces were dim. They had no chance of obtaining the Spirit Void pill. Lin Xian watched several matches and frowned. Jiang Jian and Jiang Yi's strength was beyond his expectations. These two people were probably top existences in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. But they were only geniuses from a small city in the Dragon Star Empire. I wonder how strong the geniuses in the 6 major powers of the Dragon Star Empire are. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. On the stage, Jiang Jian and Jiang Yi faced each other. Two powerful auras constantly collided, causing the air to fluctuate. At this moment, Jiang Jian's body was emitting a terrifying sword aura. It was like a sharp blade, causing the void to tremble. Jiang Yi's body was emitting a blue light. It was as if he had come to a land of ice and snow. I will let you know that I am the real genius of the Jiang family. Jiang Jian's silver sword stabbed out. Fine silver light spots appeared in the sky. They were like gorgeous fireworks, quickly rushing towards Jiang Yi. Cold ice palm. Jiang Yi's figure was erratic, and each of his palms carried a powerful cold chi, forming an azure frost. In an instant, the arena was filled with ice palms. They covered the sky and the earth, and all of them collided with the silver light. Puff! Puff! The silver sword chi was unstoppable as it quickly pierced through the blue palm shadow. Then, with an even more violent speed, it rushed towards Jiang Yi. However, even though the blue palm of light was pierced through, it did not shatter. Instead, it brought with it boundless cold chi as it grabbed towards Jiang Jian. The two of them moved quickly, their surging spiritual energy stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy. Every single one of these attacks could seriously injure an ordinary early soul realm cultivator. However, the two of them were completely unharmed by such an attack. Lin Xian was amazed and secretly compared the two. He realized that even if he were to face the two of them, he would not be able to obtain victory in a short period of time unless he used his trump card. Looks like I have to hurry up and comprehend the concept of wind and lightning. Lin Xian felt a sense of urgency. If he could comprehend this concept, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them within 10 moves. In the arena, more than half of the area had turned into a frozen land, blooming with blue light. If one looked carefully, they would notice that there were small sword holes in the ice. Take my sword, silver light filling the sky. Jiang Jian shouted in a low voice. His body leaped up, and the long sword in his hand swept across. A huge silver sword chi condensed in the air. This sword was a threat to a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator. The Jiang family patriarch's face changed slightly. He could see the power of this sword, but he was not sure if Jiang Yihe could dodge it. Jian, will win. Jiang Sihai's face revealed a victorious smile. The silver sword chi continued to grow bigger and faster like a meteor. It instantly arrived beside Jiang Yihe. Chi. The thick sword chi instantly cut Jiang Yihe into 2 halves. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Their faces were filled with fear. Was the number 1 genius of the Jiang family going to die here? Something's not right. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He activated his eye technique and discovered the secret. On the arena, the 2 halves of the corpse suddenly emitted a blue light and quickly turned into 2 ice sculptures. On the ice blue wall behind Jiang Jian, Jiang Yihe's figure suddenly appeared. Freezing sky. He threw out a palm strike. The sharp palm shadow instantly tore apart Jiang Jian's body protection and landed on his back. Puff! Jiang Jian's body flew forward before he could react. This sudden change caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Jiang Jian's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Ah! He roared towards the sky and unleashed a powerful silver sword chi. Silver sea overflowing sky. The silver light in the sky intertwined into a huge silver flood dragon, occupying half of the arena. Jiang Yihe did not want to be outdone. He continuously waved his palm, and the terrifying cold chi formed an ice phoenix. The 2 forces collided, and the entire arena was shrouded in silver light and cold chi. On the grandstand, layers of ice quickly formed and froze the silver flood dragon. Even Jiang Jian's body became slower. The sword chi swept across the arena, and the fine sword chi crazily strangled everything. However, Jiang Jian had been hit by a palm strike, and the cold chi in his body had greatly reduced his combat strength. Moreover, Jiang Yihe's mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivation was not to be underestimated. In the end, the silver sword chi and Jiang Jian were frozen together. The crowd was stunned, and only after a long time did they exclaim. The 2's techniques were too amazing, and all kinds of strange techniques emerged one after another. Lin Xian also nodded his head and exclaimed. Beside him, the Jiang family patriarch and others smiled and nodded. Jiang Sihai's expression was gloomy and cold. His body swayed, and quickly came to the arena to save Jiang Jian from the ice. After checking Jiang Jian's body, Jiang Sihai was relieved when he found that Jiang Jian did not suffer any serious injuries. However, his face became even more gloomy. Originally, he was confident that Jiang Jian could win the 2-mark Void Spirit Pill and become the number 1 genius of the Jiang family. However, he did not expect Jiang Yihe to be so powerful, and it completely disrupted his plan. Alright, it's just a competition. There's no need to be so angry. The Jiang family patriarch came out to mediate the situation. Yihe, your strength is not bad, but don't be arrogant. This great clan meeting is not simple. I believe there will be a lot of strong opponents. This 2-mark void spirit pill is for you. You must break through to late harmonious spirit realm. I understand. Jiang Yi received the white pill bottle. Jiang Jian, your sword technique is not bad, but your cultivation is a bit weak. If you can reach mid-harmonious spirit realm, your strength will increase again. The Jiang family patriarch gave him the 1-mark void spirit pill. Thank you, patriarch. I will definitely achieve good results for the family in the great clan meeting. Jiang Jian held the pill bottle and said while gritting his teeth. Chapter 379. 3 days later, Jiang Yi had successfully broke through to the late harmonious spirit realm, increasing his strength once again. The entire Jiang mansion was filled with excitement. Jiang Jian was also very powerful. With the help of the 1-mark void spirit pill, he also successfully broke through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Ha, young hero Lin Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. The third elder laughed as he entered Lin Xian's room. I've already informed the patriarch. I'll bring you to meet the third peak's elder now. Thank you. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. After passing through layers of palaces and pavilions, he followed the third elder to a heavily guarded place. There were 3 floors in a grand pavilion, revealing its extraordinariness. As they approached the martial skill pavilion, Lin Xian felt that there were countless gazes on his body. He knew that these were the warriors hiding in the dark, guarding the martial skill pavilion. Third elder, how come you have time to come here with a kid? An elder appeared nearby. I'm here on the patriarch's order to meet Elder Jiang Sanfeng. Oh. Meet the third peak's elder. The elder was slightly surprised. Wait here, I'll go inform him. Lin Xian was surprised. Both of them spoke with great respect for Elder Jiang Sanfeng. It seemed like Elder Jiang Sanfeng's position was much higher than he had imagined. There's no need. I already know. An old voice rang out. In the next moment, a grayish-white figure appeared beside them. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His soul power couldn't sense how the elder arrived. Lin Xian looked over with astonishment. He saw the third peak's elder wearing a Daoist robe. His face was skinny, but his eyes were incomparably deep. It was as if countless stars were flickering in his eyes. What a powerful old man. Lin Xian was shocked. This elder's strength was too terrifying. Peak of the spirit transformation realm, 1 step away from the spirit detection realm. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Peak of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian was stunned. Such a powerful elder wasn't a spirit detection realm expert? Then how powerful would a spirit detection realm expert be? That day, a spirit detection realm expert arrived in Xia and made the entire country surrender. He needed to surpass the spirit detection realm in order to return to Xia. It seems like I still have a long way to go. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Don't worry, when you find the great dragon sword, it's not a dream. Wine Lord comforted him. Greetings, third peak elder. The third peak elder and the old man said at the same time. Lin Xian bowed respectfully as well. Greetings, senior. Kid, why are you looking for me? Jiang Sanfeng asked. Have you ever been to the Tianshan kingdom? Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Yes, Jiang Sanfeng, the old man. Jiang Sanfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. Lin Xian was disappointed. He took out the token that old man DK gave him and quickly asked, Does Elder recognize this token? Elder shook his head. I only stayed for a few days in Tianshan before leaving. I didn't interact with anyone. Is it not? Lin Xian put away the token and frowned. Did he go in the wrong direction? Seeing that you have contributed a lot to the Jiang family, I came to meet you today. Okay, now that you've met, you can leave. Elder Jiang Sanfeng said. Sorry to disturb you. Lin Xian followed Elder Jiang Sanfeng out of the martial arts pavilion. How can this be? It's not an elder of the martial arts pavilion. Then who could it be? Lin Xian murmured. Young hero Lin, this is normal. You don't have to be sad. The Jiang family is one of the 4 great families in the Longxing strong country. They have 3 main subsects and countless smaller subsects. And our Qingshan city's Jiang family is just one of the smaller subsects. In the entire Jiang family, there are many people called Jiang Sanfeng. Maybe the person you're looking for is in the other subsects. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as hope rose in his heart. Indeed, Old Man DK said that if he found Jiang Sanfeng, he would be able to join the Green Dragon Association. A person with such power was definitely not an ordinary person. A subsect elder of the Qingshan city's Jiang family would not have such power. Could it be in the main Jiang family? Lin Xian took a deep breath. The Jiang family was one of the 4 great families. Their strength was second only to the Dragon Elephant sect. It would not be easy for him to find someone. Young hero Lin, we're going back to the Qingshan Lake to participate in the clan meeting. Why don't you come with us? Elder Jiang Sanfeng asked. The Qingshan Lake is one of the 3 main subsects of the Jiang family. The person you're looking for might be there. Sure. Lin Xian nodded. Since his target was the Jiang family, he could start from the subsects. With an idea in mind, Lin Xian waited for the clan meeting to begin. In the following days, Lin Xian focused on cultivation. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, he had a new understanding of sword intent. He had completely mastered the Wind Emperor's sword and was only a step away from comprehending the concept of wind. Taking a deep breath, he took out the treasure box of sword intent again. With the improvement of his cultivation, he was confident that he could completely open the treasure box of sword intent this time. After leaving the Qingshan city, Lin Xian came to the wilderness. He set up a defensive formation. He held the treasure box of sword intent in his hand. He used the silver thunder mark and combined it with the surrounding spiritual energy to form an even stronger defense. Crack! The treasure box of sword intent was slowly opened. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent appeared in the surroundings. Buzz! Buzz! A sword intent rushed out of Lin Xian's body and crazily resisted the sword intent in the treasure box of sword intent. Open for me! Lin Xian roared and pulled with his palms. The treasure box of sword intent was completely opened. The sharp sword intent formed a blood-red longsword in the air and mercilessly slashed at him. Clang! Lin Xian controlled the sword intent in his body and formed a green dragon above his head, blocking the attack of the blood-red longsword. At the same time, he used his eye technique and looked inside the box. The result gave him a huge shock. Inside the box was a palm-sized branch with 3 sword marks on it. The terrifying sword intent was emitted from these 3 sword marks. Lin Xian was shocked. What kind of powerful swordsman could leave such a terrifying sword intent on the branch? It's at least a swordsman with great success in sword intent. Chapter 380. It's a pity that the branch is broken. Otherwise, I could still comprehend it. Be content. 70% sword intent in the harmonious spirit realm is already very terrifying. I'm afraid that other warriors can't even reach this level. Zhou Yi said. Indeed, Lin Xian felt this powerful force. He felt that he could even fight against a late harmonious spirit realm warrior. Not only that, he felt that his understanding of Wind Emperor's sword had become more thorough. It was as if he could comprehend the concept of wind at any time. It's about time. The Jiang clan's convention will begin soon. Lin Xian's figure swayed and left the forest. The Jiang mansion was very lively these days. Disciples cultivating could be seen everywhere. It could be said that the entire Jiang mansion was in a frenzy of cultivation. When Lin Xian returned, he saw the third elder who was looking for him. "Young hero Lin, you're finally back." The third elder was happy. "Is the convention about to begin?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, we'll depart tomorrow to Qingshui Lake." "Young hero Lin, please don't leave again," the third elder reminded. Lin Xian nodded and agreed with a smile. After the third elder left, he went back to his room and had a good sleep. On the second day, many people gathered in the square of the Jiang mansion. There were also 2 huge flying beasts in the distance. Most of the people in the crowd were disciples of the Jiang family. The rest were some white-haired elders. Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe stood in the front row of the Jiang family disciples. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lin Xian walked over and greeted them. He then stood aside. The Jiang family's patriarch nodded slightly and said in a clear voice, "It's about time. All the disciples of Qingshui Lake will be gathered in this convention. It's a very grand convention. You must listen to the third elder and the fourth elder's orders. Don't act on your own." "Yes." The disciples below shouted excitedly. "You must show your best strength in the convention and strive for the best ranking. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return in the Jiang mansion," the patriarch shouted. Hearing this, the disciples' eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Showing off in the convention was not only for the family but also for themselves. If he performed well, he might be able to stay in Qingshui Lake and even have the chance to enter the powerful Jiang family. This was the dream of all the Jiang family's disciples. "Well, I'll leave these disciples to you too," Jiang family patriarch said to Jiang Sihai and the third elder. The 2 nodded, then turned around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Everyone leaped onto the 2 flying beasts in the middle of the square. Lin Xian and the third elder also got on. The group quickly set off. 5 days later, they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. There was a rectangular lake below that was as clear as jade. On one side of the lake was an endless mountain range, and on the other side was a majestic town. It stood there like an ancient ferocious beast. Before he even got close, he could already sense an ancient and weathered aura. It's actually an ancient city. Wine Lord was shocked. Although Lin Xian did not know what an ancient city was, if it could surprise the Wine Lord, it was definitely not an ordinary item. So he carefully looked down a few more times, but with his vision and strength, he did not find anything unusual. So, he stopped paying attention. The 2 flying beasts landed on the grass near the green lake. Everyone jumped down and stretched their bodies. Blackfeather City did not allow flying beasts to enter, so the 2 beasts could only stay here. After a little reorganization, the third elder and Jiang Sihai led the disciples to Blackfeather City. The dark city walls were painted with black feathers, and it had a different aura. The little white monkey jumped out of the storage ring and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder, curiously looking at the ancient city. There was a look of excitement in its eyes, as if there was something inside that attracted it. "Don't run around," Lin Xian warned. He did not want the little white monkey to cause trouble for him at this time. The little white monkey nodded, as if it understood. "Stop." Entering Blackfeather City, 30 mid-tier spiritual stones per person. 2 guards held their spears horizontally, blocking the group. 30 mid-tier spiritual stones was not cheap. Lin Xian was surprised, and he curiously looked at the guards on both sides. Half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm, and one of them is at the Harmonious Spirit Realm. He found that the leader of the guards was at the Harmonious Spirit Realm, and the other guards in black armor were all at the half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm. None of them were weak. This kind of cultivation would be an elite in a country like the Great Xia. But now, these people were just guards at the gate. A strong country was indeed a strong country. Everywhere was extraordinary. Lin Xian praised. We are a branch of the Jiang family, and we are here to participate in the great clan meeting. The third elder took out an invitation from his storage ring. Oh, a branch of the Jiang family. Let's go in. The leader of the guards looked at the invitation and smiled gently. The Jiang family was a big power in Blackfeather City, and they were not to be trifled with. Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe saw the change in the guard's expression, and they were envious of the Jiang family of the Green Water Tiger. If they could become a disciple of the Jiang family of the Green Water Tiger, their status would be raised a lot. The group walked into the Blackfeather City and quickly headed towards the Jiang family. It was obviously not the first time that the third elder and Jiang Sihai came here. They were very familiar with the terrain, so Lin Xian and the rest did not delay and went straight to the Jiang family's territory. A building that was more magnificent than the Green Mountain City was in front of them. It was emitting a terrifying qi that made people's heart palpitate. This is not a palace, this is a mountain. Everyone exclaimed. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. A few arrogant young men sneered. What did you say? Someone shouted. Jiang Jian and the rest frowned. I said you country bumpkins, why are you still not convinced? The young men sneered. You are just a bunch of country bumpkins. How can you be a match for us Green Water Tiger? I think you don't need to participate in the meeting, just go back. You are courting death. Jiang Jian snorted, and his body emitted a silver sword qi. Jiang Yihe also frowned, and his eyes emitted a chilling intent. Yihe, Jiang Jian. The third elder shouted, time is running out, go in quickly. But the two wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Jiang Sihai's eyes. Count yourself lucky. Jiang Jian glared fiercely at the few disciples before striding in. Not convinced. Jiang Qianluan, better not let me see you at the family meeting, or I will make sure you crawl back. The young man shouted. Jiang Qianluan, I will remember this. You will regret what you said today. Jiang Jian said coldly. Lin Xian did not speak, but he sighed in his heart. From the attitude of Jiang Sihai and the third elder, he realized that the status of the Jiang family of the Green Mountain City was not high among the branches. Otherwise, with their strength and status, they would be furious if they encountered such a thing. Now, they could only pretend that they did not hear anything. Chapter 381. Entering the Jiang clan was like entering an exquisite garden. There were rocks and waterfalls everywhere. It was beautiful. However, no one was in the mood to admire it. They were still angry about what happened at the entrance. Don't think about what happened just now. If you're not convinced, you can get back your face at the clan meeting, Jiang Sihai said. Elder Sihai is right. You only have one goal now, and that is to show off your skills at the clan meeting. Pretend that you didn't hear anything else. Everyone gritted their teeth. They knew that their status was definitely not as high as these clan disciples. The only chance to vent their anger was at the clan meeting. Many branch families had come to the clan meeting held by the Jiang clan of Greenwater Lake. The Jiang clan of Green Mountain City was just an ordinary branch. Their strength was below average among these branches. Therefore, not only did the Greenwater Lake disciples look down on them, but even some branch disciples looked down on them. Yo, Aren't these people from Green Mountain City? A mocking voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a group of people standing not far away. The person in the lead was an old man. Behind him stood more than 10 young disciples, all with arrogant expressions. Cold Wind City's Jiang clan branch. Third elder frowned slightly. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Why are you only here now? Do you want to be a coward this year? The old man sneered. Jiang Tianya, what do you mean by that? Jiang Sihai snorted. He didn't dare to resist the Green Water Lake disciples, but he wouldn't go easy on the Cold Wind City branch. What do I mean? Do you want to bet again this year? Jiang Tianya asked. Bet? Lin Xian looked puzzled. Why not? I'm just afraid that you won't dare to agree. Jiang Sihai sneered. Okay, same old rules. If we win, we'll use Green Mountain City's Green Mountain Cave for 3 days. If we lose, we'll let you use Cold Wind City's Cold Wind Array for 3 days. How about that? Jiang Jian and the others' expressions changed. They knew about the Green Mountain Cave and Cold Wind City that the old man mentioned. Those were the sacred grounds of the clan. Even the patriarch could only use it 3 times a year. Others couldn't use it at all. After Lin Xian understood the situation, he was slightly speechless. The stakes were a little too high. Jiang Tianya, you will definitely lose this time. The third elder gritted his teeth and said. You guys sure talk big. You guys used to say that too, but when have you ever won? Jiang Tianya said disdainfully. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he rubbed his nose. It seemed like the Jiang clan situation wasn't very good. This time, we will definitely win. Jiang Yihe walked out and said in a deep voice. Jiang Tianya sneered, late harmonious spirit realm. Are you the kid who used pills to increase his realm? His voice was full of disdain, but Lin Xian could hear the thick jealousy in his voice. The faces of the third elder and the others changed. Even Jiang Yihe was trembling. They couldn't figure out why the people of Cold Wind City would know about this. You're just a piece of trash who can only use some dirty tricks. I'll let you know the true strength of a late harmonious spirit warrior. On Cold Wind City's side, a young man with long and narrow eyes walked out. The young man had a powerful aura, and he carried a purple saber on his back. His eyes were filled with endless sharpness. Humph, I'll fight you. Jiang Jian took a step forward and a silver sword aura soared into the sky. The young man with the saber squinted his eyes. Mid-harmonious spirit warrior, get out of my way. Die. Jiang Jian's silver sword aura gathered and was about to slash down. Enough. Everyone stop. Jiang Sihai shouted coldly, if you want to fight, there are plenty of opportunities in the arena. Kid, you better not meet me or else you'll be dead. The young man with the saber sneered. You'll be the one to die. Jiang Jian didn't back down. On the side, Jiang Yihe also said in a deep voice, I'll let you know my true strength. The other disciples' hearts sank. It seemed like they had a lot of enemies this time. Not only the Jiang clan of the Green Water Lake, but also the Cold Wind City's branch. Third elder, so you're here. The people of the other branches saw the third elder and the others and greeted them enthusiastically. I heard that you have pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. Is this true? Everyone was excited. That's right. What kind of alchemist can concoct such a pill? Why don't you introduce it to us? Jiang Sihai and the third elder frowned slightly. The news had actually spread out and everyone knew about it. It was really beyond their expectations. How did you know? The third elder asked. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you won't be defeated. Those people laughed. Who is this young man? Why isn't he wearing the uniform of the Green Mountain City? Many people looked at Lin Xian. In this clan meeting, different branches would wear different clothes. For example, the disciples of Green Mountain City wore green clothes, while the disciples of Cold Wind City wore blue clothes. Lin Xian wore black clothes, which made him stand out from the rest. This is young hero Lin. He came with us this time for other matters. The third elder explained. How can we allow others to enter the clan meeting? Third elder, your way of doing things is not appropriate. Jiang Tinya snorted. What's wrong with that? Every clan meeting will invite guests. Why can't I bring someone? The third elder retorted. The clan meeting will invite people of noble status. What is this kid's status? How can he be compared to those people? A few Green Mountain City disciples walked over and coldly shouted. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't think that the conflict would involve him. This Lin Xian can't be related to the alchemist who concocted that miraculous pill, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. It's very possible. Otherwise, the third elder and the others wouldn't bring this kid. What a strong soul force. A few elders in the crowd looked at Lin Xian with puzzled expressions. Are you an alchemist? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't release his soul force. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. However, these elders could sense it. It seemed that this Green Mountain City was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, the third elder quickly explained, this young hero Lin is indeed an alchemist. Moreover, he's an honored guest of our Green Mountain City. Alchemist? Could he be the one who concocted that pill? How is that possible? He's so young. He must be his master. Young hero Lin, I wonder if your master can concoct some for us. If you have any requests, please tell us. The group was very enthusiastic. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for young hero Lin. The third elder helped them out. Third elder, you're in the wrong. Good things should be shared among everyone. Someone said unhappily. Kid, tell your master to come over and concoct 10 pills for each of our Green Mountain City disciples. A domineering voice sounded. Everyone was stunned. 10 pills for each person. Were you a cabbage? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they all shut up. Chapter 382. The young man's white sleeves were embroidered with golden clouds. This was the symbol of a core disciple of the Green Water Lake. This kind of disciple status was even higher than that of a branch elder. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man in white frowned. Sure, but you have to provide your own materials and 3 million mid-grade spirit stones as a production fee, Lin Xian said lightly. He didn't want to refine medicine for these people, so he offered such a ridiculous price. What? 3 million mid-grade spirit stones as a production fee. Everyone was shocked. He's too daring. Is this kid so poor that he's crazy? Who knew that he would be so rude to a core disciple of the Green Water Lake? This kid is going to be unlucky. A group of people whispered. They knew that the Green Water Lake disciples wouldn't let this matter rest. Sure enough, the young man in white's face darkened when he heard Lin Xian's words. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I think you're tired of living. The young man in white, Jiang Hong, said coldly. I think you're tired of living. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to offend an alchemy inscription master. Are you tired of living? Alchemy inscription masters differ from person to person. If it was your master, I might be more polite. But I don't need to be polite to you. Jiang Hong sneered. Are the disciples of the Green Water Lake so arrogant? How rude. Lin Xian said in a low voice. He was tired of these people. Each and every one of them was so arrogant. You're courting death. The young man in white was furious. Jiang Lu, take him down. Yes. A disciple beside him stepped forward. Brother Jiang Hong, there's no need for you to take action. I'll take care of him. The young man with a saber from Cold Wind City said. Everyone, why don't you give me some face and let this matter rest? The third elder cupped his hands and said. Your face. Who do you think you are? The young man in white, Jiang Hong, sneered. This is the Green Water Lake. You're nothing here. You. The third elder was furious. He could only snort coldly. The disciples of Green Mountain City also felt aggrieved. Ha, kid, no one can save you. The young man with the saber laughed. The reason he took the initiative to make the first move was naturally to curry favor with Jiang Hong. If he could please a core disciple, then their status in Cold Wind City would rise by a lot. Everyone was silent. Many people sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior. He would definitely die if he faced a late harmonious spirit realm warrior. Sigh, what a pity. He's too young and doesn't know how to endure. That's right. He has offended the Green Water Lake. Even if he has a powerful master, I'm afraid that his future days will not be easy. Humph. You're really courting death. Cold Wind City's disciple sneered. You ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, this isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs. The young man with the saber walked over step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. So powerful. Jiang Jian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as a silver sword light appeared on his body. He is indeed very strong. Jiang Yihe's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt a wave of pressure. This person was 3 times stronger than him. How could Lin Xian have the chance to escape? The third elder's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The spirit energy on his body was also fluctuating. If you dare to make a move, I will remove all the disciples of Green Mountain City. The white-robed young man, Jiang Hong, said coldly. The third elder's body trembled, and the spirit energy on his body was quickly extinguished. Ha, let's see who can save you now. The young man with the saber laughed. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the third elder and the others. He saw that they were silent and had no intention of making a move. With a sigh, Lin Xian ignored them. He knew that his fate with these people had come to an end. From now on, they would have nothing to do with each other. Obediently accept your death. The young man with the saber took a step forward. A sharp saber light gushed out from his body. This aura caused some of the weaker disciples to turn pale and almost faint. What a lackey taking credit. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Lin Xian's eyes gradually became sharp. An invisible sword intent was emitted from his body. He's fine. The crowd exclaimed. Even some early harmonious spirit warriors couldn't withstand it, but Lin Xian was fine. Not only was he fine, he even mocked the young man with the saber as a lackey. This was too crazy. You're courting death. The young man with the saber had a gloomy expression. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian. He didn't use his saber because Lin Xian wasn't worth it. This claw was aimed at Lin Xian's head. If Lin Xian was caught, he would definitely die on the spot. The crowd sneered and shook their heads. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. In a flash, the young man with the saber arrived in front of Lin Xian. His steel-like hand mercilessly fell. Lin Xian's finger was like a sword, quickly stabbing out. The green sword light swallowed and spat out like a cold wind. The finger landed on the young man's palm. Puff! Blood splattered. The young man with the saber screamed and retreated. Drip, drip. A row of blood droplets was left on the green stone floor. The young man with the saber retreated 10 steps, holding his right hand. His face was full of fear. Impossible, this is impossible. How could you hurt me? He screamed crazily. The young man with the saber was injured. This was unbelievable. One should know that he was a late harmonious spirit warrior. At this moment, the crowd's expression changed. The third elder and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. The young man in white stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Jiang Jian, Jiang Yihe, and the others were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Jiang Jian. He thought that his sword art was superior and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, he couldn't even see the trajectory of Lin Xian's sword. Impossible, this is impossible. That brat is only a half-step harmonious spirit warrior. How can his sword art be so good? I told you, if you want to be my lackey, you found the wrong person. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Brat, I want you dead. The young man with the saber had a ferocious expression. He pulled out a long purple saber from his back with his left hand. I've been merciful with that sword attack. If you still don't realize your mistake, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian warned. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This brat must be hiding his cultivation. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such a good sword art. If they still couldn't see Lin Xian's strength, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Lin Xian didn't plan to continue hiding his strength. Sometimes, showing his strength was also a way to solve problems. The spirit energy in his body surged. An aura of a harmonious spirit warrior spread out. The whole sky was filled with sharp sword intent as if it would fall down at any time. The crowd exclaimed, he really hid his cultivation. This was in line with their understanding. Otherwise, a half-step harmonious spirit warrior killing a late harmonious spirit warrior was too terrifying. I guess he must be a late harmonious spirit warrior. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to injure a late harmonious spirit warrior with just one sword attack. You don't have to tell me that. Everyone began to discuss. Chapter 383. This is clearly an early harmonious spirit realm. Is he still hiding his strength? No, it doesn't seem like it. Why do I feel that he has just entered the harmonious spirit realm? Everyone's expression changed again. They realized that even though Lin Xian was not a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert, he was only an early harmonious spirit realm expert. It was impossible for an early harmonious spirit realm expert to injure a late harmonious spirit realm expert with one strike. Just an early harmonious spirit realm expert. I was careless just now and only used 30% of my strength. Now, I will let you know what a true expert is. Jiang Bei said coldly. So that's how it is. He was careless just now. Everyone felt relieved after hearing Jiang Bei's words. I told you, that brat can't be this abnormal. Everyone felt relieved and watched again. With the long saber in his hand, Jiang Bei's entire temperament changed. At this moment, he was like a wild saber, emitting a wild and tyrannical aura. Cold wind space-splitting slash. The long saber slashed out and an endless cold air rushed out. A 10-zhang-long blue saber condensed in the air. It was like a 10,000-years-old ice blade, quickly slashing down. Jiang Jian and the rest's expression changed and their bodies trembled continuously. The aura of this saber made them unable to resist. Even Jiang Yi frowned. Even he did not have a good way to deal with this attack. In a flash, the blue saber arrived above Lin Xian's head. However, Lin Xian acted as if he did not see it and slowly pulled out the broken autumn scar. Swoosh! The sword slashed through the air. It seemed slow, but the sword aura arrived at Jiang Bei's head in an instant. Such a fast sword. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Even though Lin Xian made his move later, the sword aura hit his opponent first. Puff! Jiang Bei's defense was like tofu, it was easily cut open. Blood spilled out again and Jiang Bei's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Xian gently moved his body, leaving a string of afterimages in the air and easily dodged the blue saber. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. If it was Jiang Bei's carelessness that injured him just now, then what was the reason this time? Jiang Bei had already used all of his strength, but he was still defeated. Moreover, he was defeated even more miserably. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Xian's strength far surpassed Jiang Bei's, which was why he could easily defeat him twice. His strength was too terrifying. Who exactly was he? Everyone in Golden City was confused. Jiang Jian was completely dumbfounded. That sword strike just now was too stunning. He did not have any reaction at all. Only when Jiang Bei fell to the ground did he react. If he were to face Lin Xian, he would have died long ago. A sense of helplessness rose in Jiang Jian's heart. He realized that his swordsmanship was nothing compared to Lin Xian's. Brat, how dare you injure him? The people of Cold Wind City were enraged. Jiang Tianya shouted coldly. His entire body was like a goshawk as he quickly pounced over. Two gigantic blue ice palms appeared in the air and attacked Lin Xian from both sides. The surroundings quickly froze, and countless icicles formed in the ice, shooting towards Lin Xian like a rain of arrows. Lin Xian focused his mind and calmed his qi as he slashed out with his sword. Streaks of fine sword light flashed past everyone's hearts, followed by a terrifying sword intent. Everyone trembled as if their souls had been pierced by the sword. When they came back to their senses, they realized that the gigantic ice blue palms and the ice spikes in the sky had all shattered and scattered on the ground. Dragon counterstep. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already on Jiang Tianya's left side. Flying rainbow. The broken sword stabbed diagonally. The materialized sword qi was like a rainbow as it collided with Jiang Tianya's protective barrier, producing a clanging sound. Clang! 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 Jiang Tianya was indeed a veteran martial artist. His protective barrier was very thick, forcefully blocking this sword strike. However, this resistance only lasted for a moment before it was torn apart by the terrifying sword intent. Qi! Jiang Tianya was severely injured and his body flew out. Everyone was completely stunned. Another sword strike defeated the enemy. Even a veteran martial artist like Jiang Tianya was not spared. Elder. The disciples of Cold Wind City were pale as they quickly ran forward. In just a short moment, the elders and genius disciples of their branch were all severely injured. The white-robed youth, Jiang Hong, narrowed his eyes. It seems that I have indeed underestimated you. However, since you dare to injure people in the Jiang clan, you are dead meat. No one can save you. Jiang Hong planned to do it himself. He stepped out with a cold expression. No one can stop me if I want to leave, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Is that so? You can try. Jiang Hong's voice was cold. He raised his palm and an aura that was even stronger than Jiang Tianya's overflowed. This aura made most of the people present tremble. As expected of a core disciple of Greenwater Lake. You are indeed extraordinary. You are even stronger than the elders of the branch. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Then, the black cloak behind him fluttered and instantly turned into 3 identical figures, running in 3 different directions. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a secret technique. Jiang Hong was also frowning, but he reacted in an instant. He waved his fist, forming a fist shadow the size of a house, and blasted toward the clone in the center. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded and waves of air rolled in the sky. The clone in the center was blasted into pieces and turned into a rain of light, scattering on the ground. No. Everyone was disappointed and looked into the distance. As expected of a core disciple. Good technique. The crowd exclaimed, thinking that Lin Xian would not be able to escape this time. It turned out that when Jiang Hong attacked the clone in the center, he had also mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to form a spiritual qi cage, blocking the other 2 clones. Let's see how you can escape. Looking at the clone struggling in the spiritual qi cage, Jiang Hong sneered. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword will came from behind Jiang Hong, roaring like an angry dragon. At this critical moment, Jiang Hong could no longer care about his image. He shrunk his body and rolled forward, dodging the terrifying attack. The sword qi brushed past the back of his head. If he had been a second later, the sword qi would have pierced his head. After dodging this dangerous attack, Jiang Hong's face was as black as an iron pot. He turned around abruptly and saw Lin Xian not far behind him. With the broken sword in his hand, Lin Xian stood proudly like a demon. I've said it before. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. His domineering voice reverberated in the air. At this moment, no one dared to question Lin Xian. Even the powerful Jiang Hong was almost assassinated by his sword. Who else could be Lin Xian's opponent? The 3rd elder and the rest were shocked. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Such a powerful young man must have a terrifying background. If they could befriend him, it would be a great benefit to their family. However, they had given up on such an opportunity. They knew that they would never be able to cross paths with Lin Xian again in this life if they did not help him at the critical moment. Sure enough, Lin Xian did not even look at them when he left. Everyone looked at Lin Xian's back view in shock. Since when did Longxing Nation have such a genius? Chapter 384. He was almost killed just now. How could he be satisfied? But he was not confident that he could defeat Lin Xian now. If he went up recklessly, he might end up worse. So, he could only watch as Lin Xian left. Lin Xian left the Jiang clan and walked slowly on the streets of Blackfeather City. He was thinking about his next path. He had fallen out with the Jiang clan and could not go back for a while. Unless something special happened. But he did not regret it. Those people were fierce and wanted to kill him. If he did not fight back, he would have been killed. I can't investigate openly. I can only investigate secretly. Lin Xian decided to find a chance to get close to the Jiang clan. But he would have to wait until after the Jiang clan meeting. Forget it. Let's find a place to stay first. Lin Xian walked toward the inn. Woo woo woo, the little white monkey suddenly made a sound. Its big eyes blinked and were unusually bright. Its furry paws scratched Lin Xian's hair. The little white monkey pointed in a direction and screamed. You mean there's something good there? Lin Xian asked. The little white monkey nodded and pointed at itself with its paws. It has something to do with you. The little monkey nodded excitedly and looked very eager. Okay. I got it. Let's go have a look. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Xian ran in the direction the little white monkey pointed. As he ran, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Finally, he came to a deserted area. There were not many people on the street. The surrounding houses were very old and covered with dust. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Lin Xian looked around and found a villa in front of him. So, he walked over. The red door had become very dim and was covered with cobwebs. He pushed the door open and entered. The air inside was somewhat stifling. The smell of dust was everywhere. Lin Xian was secretly alert. He slowly spread out his soul power to check the surroundings. There was no danger in the yard. He looked at the house in front and was about to move. Suddenly, he sensed two auras rapidly approaching. Frowning, Lin Xian's body flickered and he brought the little monkey to hide. Just as he hid himself, two figures quickly landed in the courtyard. Lin Xian used the black cloak's concealment ability and concealed his aura. Then, he used his eye technique to sneak a peek. He saw two figures standing in the courtyard. One of them was a beautiful figure wearing a white dress. Her face was covered by a veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, based on his intuition, Lin Xian knew that this woman must be very beautiful. Beside her was a five-colored peacock. The colorful feathers were like rainbows, extremely beautiful. However, the peacock was very anxious, as if something was attracting it. Lin Xian was greatly astonished that there was something here that had actually attracted two strange beasts. The multicolored peacock and the snow-white monkey were not ordinary demonic beasts. Something that could make them so excited was definitely not ordinary. The snow-white monkey blinked its black gem-like eyes and looked at Lin Xian pitifully. Don't worry, you'll definitely get it. Lin Xian patted its head and comforted it. The beautiful white figure and the multicolored peacock also looked around cautiously. After making sure that there was no one around, they walked into the house. Lin Xian didn't act rashly. He planned to change his position and continue investigating. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from inside the house. Lin Xian was surprised and quickly spread his senses. Soon, the white figure and the multicolored peacock retreated into the courtyard. The two of them looked into the house nervously, as if they were very afraid of the person inside. Kiki! A strange cry came. Then, a figure as red as fire appeared in the courtyard. That person was wearing a red robe with a three-headed bird embroidered on it. It was very strange. Since you're here, why leave? The voice was ethereal. Pretending to be mysterious. The beautiful woman in white snorted. This peacock is not bad. I'll leave it here. The robe on his body emitted a light, and a red head appeared in front of him. Boom! The head of the strange bird the size of a house opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball. Like a falling meteor, it burned continuously and quickly rushed towards the multicolored peacock. The woman in white snorted and took out a hexagonal ancient mirror. She activated her spiritual power and shone it in front of her. Suddenly, a white light shot out and rushed towards the huge fireball. The air trembled. The white light was like a sharp divine spear, instantly shattering the red fireball. However, the shattered flames quickly changed in the air and rushed towards the multicolored peacock like a rain of fire. The multicolored peacock raised its head proudly. The feathers on its back fluttered, and a green curtain of light appeared. Sizzle! Like ice melting, the flames were quickly extinguished. Seeing this, the multicolored peacock chirped in disdain. Not bad, it's a mutant peacock. Maybe it'll like it. The man in the red robe laughed sinisterly. He waved his sleeve and swept it downwards. The spiritual energy in the surroundings trembled. A strange bird with a red body appeared on the ground. This bird had 3 heads. However, the eyes on the 2 sides were closed as if they were sleeping. Only the head in the middle was abnormally clear-headed. Its eyes were like rubies. What kind of strange bird is this? Lin Xian was surprised. 3-headed crimson blood bird. I didn't expect to see something like this here. Wine Lord was also surprised. Is it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. It's more than powerful. It's terrifying. An adult 3-headed crimson blood bird can swallow a spirit-detecting expert in one gulp. And an adult 3-headed crimson blood bird has the ability to destroy the world. Swallow a spirit-detecting expert in one gulp. Lin Xian was shocked. The most powerful martial artist he had seen so far was a spirit-detecting expert. A person who could make an entire country submit to him was absolutely terrifying. However, such an expert was only food for the 3-headed crimson blood bird. One could imagine how terrifying the 3-headed crimson blood bird was. That's nothing. Wine Lord snorted. Legend has it that this bird is related to the underworld. Its 3 heads represent 3 elements: fire, wind, and thunder. An adult 3-headed crimson blood bird can reach the level of a venerable without cultivating. What a monster! Lin Xian exclaimed. However, although the 3-headed crimson blood bird is powerful, it's not easy for it to grow. Not only does it require a large amount of wind, fire, and thunder element resources, but it also requires the blood of other demonic beasts. It can only reach adulthood after 100 years. That's more like it. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the harsh conditions. This person has a 3-headed crimson blood bird. Could it be that he's luring people here so that he can swallow their blood essence? Lin Xian became alert. When the 3-headed crimson blood bird appeared in the courtyard, the 5-colored peacock was extremely uneasy. Its body emitted a green glow, forming a thick defense. Kiki, be obedient and become its food. The red-robed man said. Just as he was about to make a move, another powerful aura quickly approached the courtyard. The white-robed woman turned around, looking cautious. The red-robed man, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Chapter 385. A powerful aura surrounded him, forming a gust of wind that blew everything away. Beside him was a majestic lion whose entire body was suffused with a golden color. Moreover, there was a fine line on the golden lion's forehead that looked like a closed eye. Kiki, another one has come. It seems that today's food is very sumptuous. The red-robed man's voice floated, filled with joy. Humph. The azure-armored man frowned and said coldly, "Did you lead us here?" "Not you, but them." The red-robed man pointed at the 5-colored peacock and the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion let out a low roar as if it could pounce on it at any time. The azure-armored man patted the golden lion's head, warning it not to act rashly. Suddenly, the golden lion revealed a puzzled expression. The 3rd vertical line on its forehead emitted a faint light that quickly swept in all directions. Finally, it locked onto a direction and roared again. In the courtyard, the white-robed woman and the red-robed man were also surprised and looked in that direction. Who is it? Come out! The azure-armored man snorted and waved his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered to form a blood-colored spear. Then, the blood-colored spear turned into an afterimage in the air and quickly pierced forward. Boom! The stone pillar in front of them was instantly pierced and the terrifying energy exploded everything. A black figure landed lightly on the ground. The white-robed woman and the red-robed man's expressions changed. They had been here for a long time but didn't notice that there was someone beside them. The red-robed man was even more shocked. His strength was extraordinary and his cultivation had reached the spirit transformation realm, but he still didn't notice that there was someone hiding beside him. Suddenly, the three people and three beasts all looked at that person. It was a handsome young man of about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a black robe and had a fierce look in his eyes. There was a snow-white little monkey sitting on his shoulder, looking very cute. This person was none other than Lin Xian, who was also extremely shocked. Originally, he had hidden very well. Even a spirit transformation realm expert couldn't discover him, but somehow, he was discovered by the golden lion. That lion is also a natural mutant. It's said that the third eye on its forehead can see everything. Although he hasn't fully matured yet, his vigilance surpasses that of a spirit transformation realm cultivator, the Wine Lord transmitted. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a mystical Yao beast. Lin Xian exclaimed. Who are you? Why are you hiding there? The green-armored man asked in a deep voice. Just like you guys, I was lured here by this person, Lin Xian shrugged and explained. Wooji the little white monkey nodded and made a funny face at the crowd. At this moment, the three of them finally noticed the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder. However, other than being cute, there didn't seem to be anything special about the little monkey. So weak. What a useless monkey. The red-robed man snorted. He didn't sense the little white monkey's abnormality and immediately snorted disdainfully. What he needed was a mutated beast, or a beast with powerful blood essence. Only then could his three-headed vermilion blood bird evolve. When the little white monkey heard this, it immediately became unhappy. It bared its fangs and glared at the red-robed man, then made a series of gestures. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man revealed strange expressions. They easily understood what the little white monkey was trying to say. The little monkey seemed to be saying that it was unique and that the red-robed man had eyes but couldn't see and didn't know what was good. What a clever little monkey. It seems like it's not ordinary either, the white-robed woman said softly. The little white monkey nodded in agreement. Humph, you're courting death. The red-robed man coldly shouted. No matter what, these three beasts are mine. A powerful aura suddenly rose from his body like a sea of blood. It was terrifying and monstrous. You want our companions? Dream on. The white-robed woman snorted. The green-armored man also revealed a trace of killing intent. You want our beasts? You're really arrogant. Everyone, be careful. If the three-headed vermilion blood bird wants to grow, it needs the blood essence of other mutated beasts. That's why he lured us here, so that the strange bird can eat other beasts. Lin Xian exposed the red-robed man's trick. I didn't expect you to know the three-headed vermilion blood bird. The red-robed man was surprised. So what if I know it? He sneered. Since the three of you are here, don't even think about leaving. You think you can stop me? The light-armored man laughed disdainfully. The spirit energy on his body condensed into a long spear, as if it could see through the heaven and earth. Late harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. This aura was much stronger than Jiang Hong's. Just me. The red-robed man shouted in a low voice. His body emitted an even stronger aura. Spirit transformation realm. The white-robed woman exclaimed. The gap between the harmonious spirit realm and the spirit transformation realm was like an insurmountable gap. They were only harmonious spirit realm warriors, so they couldn't win against a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect the red-robed man to be hiding his strength. He didn't even sense it. The green-armored man's expression also changed. He stared at the red-robed man cautiously. Facing a spirit transformation realm warrior, he could only choose to retreat. Lin Xian and the others also had the same idea. The three of them quickly left in 3 different directions. "Do you think you can run away?" the red-robed man roared. His palms were constantly changing seals. Suddenly, countless blood-red waves appeared around the courtyard, forming a sea of blood that sealed everyone inside. "Damn it, it's a formation!" the man from the Qing family shouted angrily. He punched out with a force that could split a mountain. However, this force only caused a few ripples when it hit the sea of blood. "Don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Hand over the demonic beast and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will suffer endless torture." The red-robed man's voice was cold, as if it came from hell. "Wine Lord, can you break it?" Lin Xian asked. He was also hindered. "With my current condition, I'm afraid it will take me a while to find it," Wine Lord said. Lin Xian nodded. He was prepared to stall for time. "The two of you, we can only work together now," Lin Xian said. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man nodded. They both wanted to work together. "You want to fight me with just the two of you?" the red-robed man sneered. The gap between the harmonious spirit realm and the spirit transformation realm was not small. This was common knowledge that everyone knew. Today, 3 harmonious spirit realm warriors dared to attack him. They were undoubtedly courting death. Moreover, one of them was an early harmonious spirit realm brat. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, the red-robed man turned into a blood-red shadow and rushed toward Lin Xian. Not good. Chapter 386. In a moment of desperation, the two of them could only throw out a few attacks in an attempt to restrain the red-robed man. However, the red-robed man ignored their attacks because of his powerful cultivation. He quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. With a slap, a bloody palm appeared in the sky, carrying a pungent smell of blood. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The great dragon sword in his body surged, ready to attack at any moment. The other two were at the late harmonious spirit realm while he was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. Naturally, the red-robed man thought that he was the weakest. However, if someone really thought so, they would be gravely mistaken. Lin Xian could see that the red-robed man did not use his full strength in this attack. His eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the attack and stabbed out with his sword. The long sword was like a dragon. A terrifying sword intent gushed out like an angry dragon roaring, causing people's hearts to tremble. Puff! The thick sea of blood was split apart and scattered to the sides. The huge bloody palm in the sky was also pierced with a terrifying sword mark. The great dragon's sword intent was crazily destroying everything. Clang! The broken autumn scar sword hit the red-robed man's palm, creating countless sparks. Waves of energy quickly spread out in all directions. Lin Xian felt a strong impact. He quickly used the silver lightning body to resist this force. Chi. His body slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. The red-robed man was also surprised. Although that sword strike didn't injure him, it caused his palm to ache faintly. An early harmonious spirit realm brat was able to make him feel pain. This was impossible. In the distance, the white-robed woman and the middle-aged man were shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. That attack just now, even they could not do better than Lin Xian. It seemed like there was a great chance for him to escape this time. The green-armored man clenched his fist. Interesting. It seems like I have underestimated you. The red-robed man slowly moved his palm and said. Lin Xian's heart sank. That terrifying sword attack did not hurt the red-robed man. This gave him a new understanding of spirit transformation realm warriors. Of course, he didn't use his full strength in that strike. At least, he only used 50% of his 70% sword intent. What a shocking sword intent. It seems like it's around 50%. If I let you continue to grow, you'll be in danger. The red-robed man's eyes were gloomy. I love killing geniuses like you the most. Attack together. The azure-armored man shouted. A long spear appeared in his hand, and his aura erupted like a flash flood. The spear pierced out like a dragon emerging from the sea with a majestic momentum. On the other side, the white-clothed woman activated the ancient mirror in her hand with all her strength, shooting out a white light beam that was as thick as a mountain. Lin Xian activated his 50% sword intent, and sword chi swept out in all directions. Every sword strike contained a powerful killing intent. The long spear, the ancient mirror, and the sword chi quickly rushed towards the red-robed man in the center. Boundless blood sea. The red-robed man raised his hands to the sky, and a red ball of energy appeared on his body, and quickly spread out. Boom! Crimson waves of blood surged, and all the attacks that hit them were quickly dissolved. In the blood sea, arc-shaped ripples appeared, forming a powerful suction force that seemed to want to devour people. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his figure was like a ghost as he quickly dodged. However, the blood sea seemed to have no boundaries, and it kept chasing after him. Wind Slayer. He used his eye technique to find the weak point, and the sword chi that was like a gale tore open a crack. In the other two directions, the white-clothed woman and azure-armored man also narrowly avoided the attacks. No, he's too strong. The white-clothed woman's face was slightly pale. That attack just now was just a casual attack from the red-robed man, and the three of them had to use all their strength to dodge it. It couldn't be helped. Although the spirit transformation realm and the harmonious spirit realm only had a difference of one word, the gap between them was huge. After entering the spirit transformation realm, the harmonious spirit realm couldn't compare with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Try this move, Blood Sea Spirit Transformation. The red-robed man seemed to be toying with the three of them. He waved his hand, and red spiritual energy shot out. Suddenly, countless demonic beasts appeared in the blood sea. They had all kinds of forms, and they were ferocious and terrifying. Boom! 100 zhang-long blood python rushed towards the white-clothed woman, bringing with it terrifying winds and clouds. A giant elephant as big as a mountain rushed towards the azure-armored man. A 10-meter-tall four-armed demonic bear rushed towards Lin Xian. The scene was terrifying, as if a real demonic beast was reborn. This was the ability of the spirit transformation realm. They could use their own spiritual energy to transform into other demonic beasts, unlike the harmonious spirit realm who could only squander their spiritual energy. These should be the demonic beasts he killed before. Wine Lord said. What? Lin Xian was shocked. So many powerful demonic beasts, and they were all killed. He was on full alert, not daring to be careless. A great battle broke out, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. The four-armed black bear's every attack was comparable to a late harmonious spirit realm warrior, and its strength was boundless. An ordinary harmonious spirit realm warrior would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian also relied on his nimble movement technique to deal with it. At this moment, the power of the art of longevity was finally displayed. This mysterious technique that he had been cultivating since the beginning was now displaying its formidable power. Under the effect of the art of longevity, Lin Xian felt that his absorption of spiritual energy in the surroundings had increased. This speed was far beyond what a harmonious spirit realm warrior could achieve. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, the quality of a technique was reflected in the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The faster the absorption, not only would the warrior be able to maintain a powerful combat strength, but the power of each attack would also increase. This unknowingly increased the warrior's combat strength. Normally, a warrior with a high-level technique would be able to crush a warrior with a low-level technique. As for Lin Xian's art of longevity, it was likely that even an Earth-class cultivation method would not be able to compare to it. Boom! With a slash of his sword, the green sword chi turned into a ferocious giant dragon, coiling around the four-armed black bear. Transformation. The red-robed man was shocked. No, this isn't a transformation technique of a spirit transformation realm warrior, maybe it's a special technique. The red-robed man shook his head, but the power of his attack still shocked him. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was the lowest among the three, it seemed that his strength was the most terrifying. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man were only able to fight to a draw with the blood sea beast, but Lin Xian was able to suppress it. Lin Xian not only had a mystical technique like the art of longevity, but also an offensive saint technique like the great dragon sword seal, which could transform into anything. In the eyes of outsiders, it was simply a technique of a spirit transformation realm warrior. The giant green dragon coiled around the four-armed black bear, preventing it from moving. Lin Xian jumped up and quickly slashed out with the green cloud sword art. The sword chi of the cloud-slashing sword was incomparably ethereal. A fine sword flew out like a white cloud. Puff! Two arms that were like heavenly pillars were chopped off and fell into the blood sea, stirring up thousands of waves. Sudden thunder. In the sky above, silver lightning fell, forming a six-pointed formation, and suddenly crashed down. Roar! The blood sea demonic bear was struck by the lightning, and its bloody body quickly melted. It was originally formed by blood chi, so it was innately afraid of lightning. In a flash, the giant demonic bear turned into a pool of blood. Humph! The red-robed man snorted and withdrew the blood sea beast. Chapter 388. However, Snow White Little Who made a face in the air, and then slowly dodged. Whoosh! The little monkey disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the three-headed vermilion bird. Boom! Its furry paw slapped the three-headed vermilion bird's head. The head in the middle was stunned and felt dizzy for a moment. Woogie woogie! The little white monkey jumped up and kicked the three-headed vermilion bird away. The woman in white and the man in light armor were stunned. They stared at the little white monkey and couldn't calm down for a long time. The red-robed man's face darkened and there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the little white monkey to be so powerful. Puff! Puff! The three-headed vermilion bird got up from the ground and kept flapping its wings. Its red eyes were cold. The three-headed vermilion bird was covered in purple flames. It was full of danger. Even now, its head was still in a daze, which was a disgrace to it. On the other side, the little white monkey stretched out its furry paw and waved its paw provocatively. Boom! The three-headed vermilion bird exploded and unleashed purple flames that covered the sky. However, the little white monkey was very fast. It was like a bolt of white lightning and could easily dodge the purple flames every time. The azure-armored man and the woman in white were shocked. They didn't think the little white monkey would win, but its performance was amazing. Not only was it not injured, but it even suppressed the three-headed vermilion bird. Is this little monkey also a kind of ancient beast? The two of them were surprised. The five-colored peacock and the golden lion beside them looked at the little white monkey with a hint of fear in their eyes. The red-robed man's face darkened. His three-headed vermilion bird was frighteningly big. Martial artists below the spirit transformation realm were no match for it. Ordinary beasts were no match for it. However, this ancient strange bird was being played by a little monkey of unknown origin. It was hard for him to accept. Damn it, what is that monkey? How can it be so powerful? In the courtyard. The three-headed vermilion bird was furious. Not only did it fail to hurt the little white monkey, but it was also knocked out. It flapped its wings and the left side of its head shook quickly. The red eyelid on the head that had been sleeping for a long time seemed to twitch. Suddenly, the sound of thunder came out of the purple sea of flames and purple lightning appeared vaguely. Is it going to open? The woman in white and the azure-armored man felt a tremor from their souls. Lin Xian's face darkened, while the snow-white little marquis seemed to have sensed danger. His pitch-black eyes seemed to have turned into two black holes, rapidly spinning. An aura that was even more terrifying than the purple lightning emanated from its body. Everyone present was stunned. The red-robed man's expression was extremely unsightly because that power was enough to threaten his life. In the distance, the red-robed man was shocked. He didn't dare to let the three-headed vermilion bird continue fighting. At the same time, Wine Lord also found a flaw in the formation. Little White, come back. Lin Xian softly shouted. The little monkey's body trembled and revealed a confused expression. The two black vortexes in its eyes quickly disappeared. It quickly regained its lively expression. I have found the exit of the formation. Please follow me. Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. The woman in white withdrew her five-colored peacock and ran toward Lin Xian with the azure-armored man. The three of them ran toward a corner in the southwest. Junior, you dare. The red-robed man was furious. That was the flaw in his formation. But this flaw was very well hidden. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to find it. How did these three find it? Was it luck? The red-robed man couldn't think of any other reason. But even if it was luck, he wouldn't allow the three of them to leave. He once again released the monstrous sea of blood. Countless terrifying sea of blood monsters charged toward Lin Xian and the other two. The red-robed man himself also quickly rushed over. Don't hold back anymore, or you'll really die. Lin Xian shouted. He waved the broken sword in his hand and drew a strange trajectory in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned and a huge ancient sword quickly appeared in the air. This aura is so terrifying. The white-robed woman and azure-armored man's pupils shrank as they looked at Lin Xian in shock. They realized that this was Lin Xian's true strength. Open! The azure-armored man no longer held back when he saw the red-robed man moving quickly. He held the spear in his right hand and summoned a blood-colored flag with his left hand. The flag fluttered in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared around him. It was as if the entire world was being stared at. The Great Flag Sect. The white-robed woman exclaimed. The red-robed man in the distance was also shocked. The Great Flag Sect was as famous as the Dragon Elephant Sect. It was also one of the 6 top powers in the rising dragon country. Lin Xian quickly recalled this information. He did not expect the azure-armored man to be from the Great Flag Sect. Even if you're from the Great Flag Sect, don't even think about leaving. After the red-robed man recovered from his shock, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes again. The blood sea around them became more realistic. The heavy waves made the three of them tremble. The white-robed woman did not care about hiding her strength anymore. She activated the energy in her body with all her might. Behind her, a blurry shadow appeared. It held a crystal jade bottle and emitted endless radiance. This is the bloodline of the Jiang clan. The red-robed man was shocked again. Jiang clan. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the white-robed woman to be from the Jiang clan. Moreover, the Jiang clan seemed to have a mysterious bloodline power. It seemed that these big powers were not simple. After Lin Xian defeated Jiang Hong, he did not put the Jiang clan's disciples in his eyes. It seemed that he was too rash. The Jiang clan clearly had a terrifying bloodline power. It was just that he had not encountered it yet. In the sky, the huge ancient sword roared and slashed down with an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers. The blurry shadow behind the white-robed woman also shot out a silvery waterfall and rushed forward. In the sky, the azure-armored man held the blood-red flag and stirred up the heaven and earth. These three forces had exceeded the limit of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Even the red-robed man, who was a spirit transformation realm warrior, felt his heart tremble. If it was only one of the attacks, he was confident that he could break it. Even if there were two, he was not afraid. However, all three of the attacks were so terrifying that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Break! He quickly put away the three crimson blood birds and merged the blood sea into his body. Layers of demonic red ripples surged out from his body and formed an indescribable force that protected him. Lin Xian and the other two could not care less about the red-robed man. If the energy in the courtyard exploded, they would be dead for sure. However, the snow-white little monkey disappeared with a whoosh. Chapter 389. The broken sword pierced out, bringing with it a shocking sword will. Wind Emperor's sword. Crack! 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 The Autumn Scar broken sword had just used the Gale Lightning sword, and now it had to endure the terrifying sword will. Finally, it could not hold on any longer and shattered into pieces. However, Lin Xian used his arm as a substitute for a sword and still unleashed a terrifying attack. The other two also unleashed powerful attacks, and finally tore apart the array defense before the energy explosion. Whoosh! The little white monkey quickly returned like a bolt of lightning and went back into the storage ring. The red-robed man's angry yell came from behind. "Oh! I'm going to kill you all. Let's go." The three of them turned into rays of light and quickly left the place. Lin Xian and the other two tore apart the array defense, and turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly left the place. Not long after they left, the courtyard let out a deafening roar. Rows of air waves quickly spread out, and a dark mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The shockwave immediately alerted all the elites in Blackfeather City, and many of them extended their divine senses to check out what was going on. However, these people did not find anything, because the entire courtyard was blown into a deep abyss that was almost 100 meters deep, and there were no clues left. On a quiet street 1,000 meters away from the dilapidated courtyard, a mysterious red-robed man staggered as he leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the sky. "Damn it, the three of you, I'll remember this." The red-robed man's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. "And that damned monkey, I'll tear you into pieces." He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was at the last moment that the snow-white monkey stole his 1,000-beast fruit. That fruit was extremely precious, and it was something he used to attract other monsters. Now that it was stolen by the little white monkey, how could he not be angry? However, his current identity and condition could not be tracked, so he could only give up. For him, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. The terrifying attack from Lin Xian and the other two was powerful, and it caused him to suffer heavy internal injuries. If he did not have a secret escape technique, he would have died here today. His body turned into a red ray of light, and the red-robed man quickly left Blackfeather City. Lin Xian and the other two finally arrived at a safe place and breathed a sigh of relief. Nice to meet the two of you. I am Yi Qian Xing, the azure-armored man said. Lin Xian. Jiang Yuding. The three of them got to know each other. Brother Lin, Miss Jiang, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. The green-armored man quickly left. Lin Xian was just thinking about how to deal with this genius girl of the Jiang family. Suddenly, Jiang Yuding's face changed, revealing a very anxious expression. N. She exclaimed and quickly summoned the multicolored peacock from her demonic beast pouch. With a flash of light, the five-colored peacock appeared on the ground. At this moment, it was not in a good state. Its originally bright feathers had become pitch black, and its eyes were dim without a trace of light. What was even more serious was that there was an inextinguishable purple flame in his body that was currently tormenting his body. N, how are you? Jiang Yuding asked anxiously. She could also feel the purple flames inside the peacock's body, but she didn't know what to do. This peacock had grown up with her and could be considered her good friend. Furthermore, the five-colored peacock was an ancient mutated species and was extremely precious. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Yuding didn't want anything to happen to the five-colored peacock. However, the more anxious she was, the more serious the five-colored peacock's injuries became. In the end, Jiang Yuding cried out loud. Looking at the crying Jiang Yuding and the five-colored peacock lying on the ground in extreme pain, Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Who am I? Of course I have a way. Wine Lord snorted. However, this purple flame is very strange and has an inextinguishable aura, so it's more troublesome to deal with. It's good that you have a way. Lin Xian was relieved. Well, I might have a way to treat it. Lin Xian said to Jiang Yuding. Really? You really have a way? Jiang Yuding raised her head. On that beautiful face, there were still crystal-clear tears, making her look very pitiful. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. As expected of a beauty, she was so beautiful even when she cried. Taking a deep breath, he nodded silently. That's great. Hurry up and treat it. Jiang Yuding suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin Xian's hand tightly. Don't get too excited. Let me examine it carefully. Lin Xian felt a strange warmth from his hand and said with a smile. Oh. Jiang Yuding calmed down and realized that she was still holding Lin Xian's hand. She immediately blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly squatted down and stroked the five-colored peacock's feathers. His strong soul power slowly spread out. At the same time, Wine Lord could also feel everything through his soul power. As expected of the three-headed crimson blood bird. This flame has a trace of destructive aura. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have died long ago. Even a rank 7 demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand this power. Fortunately, this five-colored peacock is also an ancient mutated species. Its bloodline is extremely strong, which is why it can withstand it. However, it's still too young. Some of its potential hasn't been stimulated. If it takes too long, it might leave serious injuries. At that time, its growth potential will probably reach its limit. Isn't there, Wine Lord? No matter how serious the injuries are, as long as you take action, it'll be easy. Lin Xian smiled. This flattery feels good. Say a few more. Jiu Yi snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He began to ask about the way to save it. To treat this peacock, we have to first remove the purple flames in its body. Then, we have to use pills to nurse it back to health. So the most important thing is how to remove the purple flames. Wine Lord said. How do we remove it? Lin Xian asked. To remove the flames, we have to use items of extreme cold. But for you, you don't need to use these. Your sword intent is based on the Great Dragon Sword Seal. It can destroy the purple flames in this peacock. However, you have to be careful when you use your sword intent. You can't hurt it at all. Lin Xian got the answer and slowly stood up. It can be treated, but we have to bring it to a safe place first. Jiang Yuding nodded. She knew that the treatment process wouldn't be easy, so she couldn't be disturbed. Follow me. My house is nearby. Jiang Yuding put away the five-colored peacock and quickly ran with Lin Xian. Soon, the two arrived at the Jiang clan residence. Looking at the majestic and domineering door, Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. In just one day, he came here again. However, his identity was completely different this time. Miss. When the guards saw Jiang Yuding, they all bowed and greeted her. Miss. Looks like this girl's status isn't low. Lin Xian pondered. Chapter 390. Because Jiang Yuding was a disciple of the Jiang clan, he wanted to find Jiang Sanfeng through her. Jiang Yuding nodded slightly, and then quickly pulled Lin Xian into the Jiang manor. What did I just see? Miss is pulling a young man in. That's impossible. I must be dreaming. The two guards panicked. Doesn't Miss hate those men? Why is she walking with a strange man? The guards did not know Lin Xian, so they did not know that Lin Xian had been here once. Entering the Jiang manor, Jiang Yuding led Lin Xian into the depths of the manor with ease. Soon, the two came to an exquisite pavilion. Mr. Lin, please come in. Jiang Yuding pushed the door open. Lin Xian chuckled and quickly walked in. However, when he entered, he was clearly stunned. Inside the room, there were pink decorations everywhere, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. This was clearly a woman's boudoir. Needless to say, this must be Jiang Yuding's room. Looks like this chick must be in a hurry to bring a stranger into her boudoir. Lin Xian looked around curiously and found that the decorations in the room were very exquisite. Although it was not luxurious, it had a simple and elegant air. After closing the door and windows, Jiang Yuding summoned the five-colored peacock again, and a pair of gem-like eyes stared at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, please save Anan. Lin Xian nodded and began to use his sword will to save the five-colored peacock. While Lin Xian was saving the five-colored peacock, the entire Jiang manor was in a state of jubilation. At this time, the Jiang clan was holding a family meeting, and it was very lively. Other than a dozen branches, there were also other forces in Blackfeather City who came to watch. The place was full of guests, and the Jiang clan leader, Jiang Tianyu, looked around with joy. Good swordsmanship, this competition is much better than before. A middle-aged man laughed loudly. This man was the lord of the Eagle Fortress, Eagle Mountain. The Eagle Fortress was also a dominant force in Blackfeather City, and had business dealings with the Jiang clan. Hee, compared to the disciples of the Eagle Fortress, these kids are still lacking a lot, Jiang Tianyu replied with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Jian was fighting in the arena. His opponent was a Greenwater Lake disciple. Jiang Jian brandished his sword, and the silver light in the sky formed dots of light that pierced into the void. In an instant, the Greenwater Lake disciple was surrounded by silver sword auras from all directions. He could only raise his defenses and was forced to resist. Boom! The silver light slashed down and pierced through the disciple's defensive barrier, sending him flying. This brat doesn't seem to be a disciple of your Greenwater Lake. Eagle Castle's castle mastering Taizhan was astonished. A main clan disciple was actually defeated by a branch disciple. Jiang clan head, your disciples aren't that great. Next to him, a red-haired man sneered. This burly man was full of energy, and his voice was burning hot. As he spoke, the surrounding air trembled. This person was from the Red Leaves aristocratic family. The Red Leaves aristocratic family and the Jiang clan were both part of the 4 aristocratic families of the Dragon Star superpower nation. At this moment, it was normal for words to provoke each other. The main clan's branch disciples are all disciples of my Jiang clan. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Jiang Tianyu looked magnanimous. The red-haired man sneered, not believing his words at all. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, he naturally knew the difference between a branch disciple and a main clan disciple. Which branch is this young man from? Jiang Tianyu asked the person next to him. Clan head, he's a disciple of the Green Mountain City branch. Jiang Tianyu nodded. His swordsmanship is not bad. You can pay more attention to him. The purpose of holding the clan assembly was to find genius disciples from the various branches and nurture them to serve the clan. Therefore, any disciple who performed outstandingly in the clan assembly would be heavily nurtured by the Jiang clan. Jiang Li is here. Looks like that brat is going to lose. Eagle Castle's castle master was excited. Next to him, there was a young man with an arrogant expression. He looked at the arena with a trace of disdain. On the arena, a young man in a white robe appeared. He held a green bamboo in his hand. Not bad, but stop here. Jiang Li said indifferently. Jiang Jian held his long sword tightly with a serious expression. He could feel the pressure coming from the young man in front of him. It was 3 times stronger than Jiang Hong's qi. Another core disciple. Jiang Jian felt bitter in his heart. There were 10 core disciples in the Jiang clan. Each of them was powerful and far stronger than the others. Although Jiang Hong was strong, he was only ranked 9th among the core disciples. And this young man in front of him was ranked even higher. Take my strongest attack, Silver Dragon emerging from the sea. Jiang Jian raised both of his hands and struck out with his strongest attack. The starlight in the sky intertwined and formed a silver flood dragon. This attack caused a commotion among the disciples below the arena. Jiang Li looked at the sky and smiled faintly. He waved the green bamboo cane in his hand, creating countless bamboo shadows. Ripples appeared on the surface of the green light, forming a strong impact force. With one strike, the green bamboo shadows that filled the sky hit the silver Jiao dragon, instantly dispersing it. Jiang Jian's face turned pale when he saw his strongest attack being scattered. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The gap between them was too big. He was no match for Jiang Li. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but your cultivation is too low. Wait until you reach the late harmonious spirit realm. Jiang Li said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he was very calm. Obviously, he didn't care about this match at all. Jiang Jian laughed bitterly. For some reason, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man in a black robe. He held a broken sword in his hand and his aura was very sharp. If it's him, can he defeat Jiang Li? Jiang Jian guessed. He shook his head and walked down the arena with a disappointed face. As expected of one of the 10 core disciples of the Greenwater Lake. He defeated that man in one move. It seems like Jiang Li's cultivation has improved a lot. The fort master of the Eagle Fort said with a smile. Li is not bad, but he's still a bit weaker than Xiaoxiong. Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. The young man in a black robe beside the fort master said. Although he spoke modestly, his eyes were full of pride. Uncle Jiang, why didn't Yuding come? Xiao Xiong asked. That girl likes to run around. I don't know where she is now. Although she likes to play, she knows what's important. I think she'll be here soon. She's not young anymore. It's time for her to find a husband. The fort master said with a smile. Xiao Xiong has always liked Ting Er. It'll be great if they can be together. Hearing this, Xiao Xiong's face showed a trace of excitement. The surrounding elders also had different expressions. It seemed like the Eagle Fort wanted to form a marriage alliance. However, Jiang Tianyu just smiled faintly. I don't mind, but I need Ting Er's approval. Alright, Ting Er is still young. I don't want her to get married so early. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's watch the match. Jiang Tianyu changed the topic.